titles, positions, and power over others. But today we know better. Leadership is resilience. It's the ability to rise up when the world has pushed you down. Leadership is courage, authenticity, the courage to lead as you are and not as the world tells you to do or to be. Leadership is inclusive, the wisdom to carry others with you as you rise. And so today in this room, history is unfolding because here we gather as women who refuse to be silent, as leaders who choose courage over comfort, and as a community determined to write a new chapter for the generation to come. Welcome to the Women in Leadership 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a space where resilience is celebrated, authenticity is honored, and inclusion is non-negotiable. I'm not alone this morning. I have a lady that I will be walking this journey with. It is my privilege to begin this journey with an exceptional leader who lives these values. She has over a decade of experience in human development. She's a keynote speaker, leadership consultant, executive and business coach. Her dedication to fostering leadership excellence has led to significant impact around industries. She holds a master's degree in communication management from the University of Pretoria, and her achievement, she has been awarded the 2025 Women in Business Community Impact Award from the University of Cape Town Graduate School of Business. Please help me welcome Kefile Morobani. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, it is an absolute joy to be with each and every one of you this morning. Can you look at your neighbor and just tell them, you look good? Oh, you look good, eh? Yes. Oh, I love it. Lebahle, lebantle, as we say. Oh my goodness. It is an absolute honor and joy to be with each and every one of you today at the Unisa Women in Leadership Seminar, brought to you by the College of Economic and Management Sciences in partnership with the Business Women's Association of South Africa. As we begin, I would like to acknowledge and honor the presence of our distinguished guests, Professor Tuli Madonsela. Yes, very, very warm welcome. Yes. Professor of Law, Director of the Center for Social Justice and the Law Faculty Trust Research Chair in Social Justice at Stellenbosch University. Secondly, I would love to acknowledge Mandisa Nkwanyana, the President of the Business Women's Association of South Africa. Round of applause. Yes, Mandisa. Welcome. There she is. And last but not least, joining us online, we've got Professor Gail Leatherby, visiting professor at the University of Plymouth and the University of Greenwich, joining us virtually today. Round of applause, everyone. As you all know, in South Africa, it is Women's Month. You know, I firmly believe that women are the architects of society. Gathered here are powerful forces who have demonstrated throughout history resilience, drive, ambition, tenacity, courage, bravery like no other, the power that lies within a woman. Our theme for today, the power of resilient, authentic, and inclusive leadership. It is not just a statement, everyone. It is a call to action. The time is now. It invites us to reflect on the kind of leadership our world needs now. Leadership that rises through adversity, that speaks with truth, vulnerability, but also opens doors for others. Resilience, our theme for today. It is not merely about endurance and pulling through, that I know so many women in this room today do so well. Resilience is about evolution, celebrating women who we are, but also acknowledging who we are becoming. Authenticity is not just about being ourselves. It is about being brave enough to lead from the core of who we are. And inclusion, it is not just a check box. Inclusion is a mindset, a practice, what we do each and every day. I will be traveling this journey with you this morning as your program director. My name, as mentioned, is Kifilwe Morobane. And at my core, I am passionate about people, their growth, their stories, and the power that they possess to truly unleash the greatness that lies within them. I wear many hats. Many of you here at Unisa might recognize me. I'm a communicator, a keynote speaker, as well as a facilitator. I'm passionate about the progression of women in leadership. And for the last decade, I have been at the forefront with my team at Giving Wings, spearheading a number of development programs for organizations. There's something special about coming to Unisa, the university that has long championed access, equity, and excellence. Did you know, an interesting fact, everyone, that Unisa is one of the largest open distance learning institutions in Africa? Did you know that? Yes, you did. Yes, you did. But it has consistently produced some of the continent's most influential women leaders in academia, business, and public service. From pioneering research to transformative education, Unisa remains a launchpad for women who dare to lead differently. Over 11 years ago, I was starting out as an entrepreneur, a journey that many at times cringe at. But did you know the first institution and organization that said yes to myself and my sister here as entrepreneurs was this very institution? Yes. Over 11 years later, our company gets to do work with some of the leading JSE-listed organizations in this country, in the financial sector, mining, property, and the list goes on. So when it comes to women in leadership development, I stand here as a testimony of what this organization lives and breathes. Today is a day that I can assure you will be overflowing with inspiration, insights, tools, as well as strategies of how to bridge this gap when it comes to women in leadership development, both both in academia, society, as well as the business landscape. So this is what I ask of you as we embark on this day, where we will hear from voices that will challenge the status quo. We will share stories that will stir the soul and explore strategies that ultimately shape the future that we are all responsible for creating. Whether you're a seasoned executive joining us here in the room, an emerging leader, or just a curious learner, this space is for you. You are all welcomed and you are worthy to be here. Just some principles of engagement before we kick off our day. I am kindly asking that you are all here. May you show up for this moment. You know, we live in a world that can easily be distracted. Many say we live in a TikTok generation where it's like 30-second concentration spam. Today, I can assure you, everyone, the lineup of speakers that we have are only the best. Bring your whole self forward in our seminar. If you want, just for point of note there, the bathroom, you are all familiar. There are bathrooms there just on the far right to the bar side. If any of you need bathroom, both for the ladies as well as the gentlemen. And if you are confused, please feel free to ask your neighbor around you. And then we are also streaming our seminar live on the various platforms. So if you've got a colleague, a friend who might have missed the seminar, don't hesitate to join us on the Unisa Facebook page, where you can be part of this conversation with us. Social media, a part of our life, right? Yes, ladies. So please don't hesitate to connect with us on our Facebook account at CEMS. You can also join the conversation on the LinkedIn account at University of South Africa. And then our hashtags, as you are posting, sharing the insights that are coming through from today. Our hashtag is Unisa, Women in Leadership, hashtag Unisa Chems, and hashtag Unisa 150 and beyond. Are we ready for the day? Yes, yes, yes. I want to hear enthusiasm, energy in this room. Please, it is a gift to witness a new day. It is a gift to be here in our women's seminar. So, as we open our dialogue, our powerful dialogue today, unpacking resilient, authentic, and inclusive leadership, it is only fitting that we begin by setting the scene with someone who embodies the intersection of academia rigor and visionary insight. She is the acting head of graduate studies and research at the College of Economic and Management Sciences. She's not only a scholar of entrepreneurship and innovation, she's a thought leader who understands the pulse of societal transformation. This morning, she invites us to reflect on a foundational question. Why is resilience shaping society today? In a world marked by volatility and reinvention, resilience is no longer a soft skill. It is a strategic imperative. Ladies and gentlemen, I do acknowledge the gentlemen in the room as well as we unpack women in leadership development. We can't do it on our own. We need you as our allies as well. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ntabeleng Mako to the podium as she sets the tone for today's seminar. Dr. Mako. Yes.
Good morning, good people. I stand on the protocol already established by my classmate, Kifile Morobani. We went to tax together, and I was telling another colleague earlier, I used to enjoy doing group work with her because of her enthusiasm, dedication, and I think we've all seen that so far this morning. Good morning. Why is resilience shaping society? In natural sciences, the definition of resilience is simply being able to bounce back. It is a matter of being able to recoil, spring back into shape after bending, stretching, or being compressed. As a resilient material can return to its original state after being bent or stretched, often dramatically. In humans, I like the definition that Pemberton uses: a capacity to remain flexible in our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors when faced with life disruptions or extended periods of pressure, so that we can emerge from difficulty stronger, wiser, and more able. What makes societies resilient? A simple question, yet so layered with complexity. Carl Zimmerman of the New York Times sums it up with 2 words, just 2 words: frequent hardship. Humans, that is us, have survived famine, wars, genocide, COVID-19, and the topsy-turvy of life and its unfair balance. Why is resilience shaping society today? Research in the Nature Journal, where they examined 30,000 years of archaeological records, found that downturns enabled societies to get through shocks faster. The more a society went through them, the more resilient they became. So resilience is not a new phenomenon. So why is it so prevalent today? On an individual level, we may think of resilience as the highest level of self-governance while undergoing significant change. Resilience is shaping our societies today because not only are we looking at our ability to bounce back, but we are interrogating our often dysfunctional systems at the same time. Resilience is shaping our societies today because we understand, we are a generation that understands that somewhere resilience must intersect with well-being. Resilience is shaping society today because we have allowed it to no longer be performative. We often hear that the human spirit is not built to break. And for many of us here at home, life post-94 is not what we thought it would be. The picket fences, the lush green gardens are harder to achieve, and if you have them, harder to keep. To bring it back home here, there is no one more resilient than an African, but more resilient is an African woman. Yes. In South Africa, for reasons known to us, August is celebrated as Women's Month. This month is important because we not only celebrate, but take stock of how far we have come and the work that still needs to be done. At Unisa, the subject of women is deeply embedded in our DNA through our research and our academics, particularly the catalytic niche area, feminist study theorization. In this context of our country and continent, it is important to do this work to help solve problems of GBV, to tackle inequality, advance socioeconomic justice, the intersectionality of our context and its many different legacies, transforming our cultures and building inclusive societies. This often rests on the shoulders of who? The people sitting here in this room, the women sitting here with us. In the College of Economic and Management Sciences, this manifests itself in our research through research-focused areas such as women in management and leadership, women, gender, and tourism, with a particular focus on women. The expectation is to not just produce an output, is to investigate the conditions of women in the African context and apply methods that solve real-life problems and make a meaningful contribution. In the College of Economic and Management Sciences, we have appointed our first distinguished professor in the catalytic area of women theorization, someone who has supervised over 50 master's and doctoral students to completion, a woman who held my hand and taught me how to write my first academic article. Over the next 2 days, you will witness not only the college's commitment, but the university's commitment to gender equality, female leadership, development, academic and research excellence. You will experience our efforts to produce knowledge that outbounds academic journals, but aims to make a meaningful contribution. You will hear stories of courage. We will rewrite narratives and affirm there is no limit to what we as women can achieve. Please do enjoy yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marco. There truly is no limit to what we can achieve as women. Sometimes the limitations we place on ourselves. And today, ladies, we are breaking those barriers through the dialogues that will be had, through the breakaway sessions, the times to connect and engage with other women in the room. So, Tabi, you did give away one of our secrets there, that we studied together at the University of Pretoria. I know her before she was Dr. Marco, and I remember what true resilience look like together when we would be burning the midnight oil. How far are you on that assignment? Where are you exchanging notes? And look at us today, a true testament of what hard work, resilience, and a visionary mindset can achieve. So I celebrate you and all your accomplishments and the phenomenal work that you're doing in this field. Yes, yes. So everyone looking forward, the next 2 days, there are jam-packed and a transformative journey that you will be traveling. So as we move on, setting the scene for the day ahead, earlier on, I mentioned our reality in the field of women in leadership development, that as much as there's been progress that has been done over the years, there is still some stagnation. There's still the statistics are not looking in the way they should in certain industries. And as we elevate as women in leadership, it's very important that we must understand that this agenda cannot be pursued in isolation. It requires the presence, partnership, and advocacy of our male counterparts, those who are willing to listen, to challenge the norms, as well as to co-create inclusive spaces where we can all thrive. As we continue to build the foundation for today's seminar, it is now my joy to welcome a leader whose journey reflects the very essence of our theme today: resilient, authentic, and inclusive leadership. So he is the Deputy Executive Dean of the College of Economic and Management Sciences. He's a scholar deeply rooted in African epistemic traditions. His leadership is not only intellectual, it is deeply human. Professor Mulaudzi believes that education is not just a pathway, it is a lifeline. His work at Unisa is shaping not only policy, but also the lived experiences of those who seek knowledge as a tool for liberation. Please join me in welcoming Professor Mulaudzi as he shares his welcome remarks as we embark on a day of courageous conversations. Professor Mulaudzi.
Good morning. Morning. Program Director, our keynote speaker, Professor Tulima Donsela, our academic panel discussants and moderator, Professor Madonsela is in that team, Professor N. Tlabangane, Dr. Karen Standa, Dr. L. Tabane, and Prof. N. Vimurak. Our business panel discussants and moderator, Ms. Nkateko Koza, CEO Zana Investment, co-founder Tlaisani Capital, Dr. Ria Khoroideira, CEO and partner Beryl Group, Ms. Devashka Mararaj, founder and MD Ikagai Engineering, and Ms. M. Nkwanyana, President of the Business Women Association of South Africa. Members of the College of Economic Management Sciences team that are here, and members of management of other colleges and departments within Unisa, all Unisa staff members and students who have joined us, distinguished and all other external guests, ladies and gentlemen, sanibonani. Abusheni, Dimacheluni, Molweni. This seminar is about women in leadership, and the theme has been shared with us by our program director to give impetus to women leadership, which is the focus of this seminar. And before I begin with my welcome remarks, I would like to humbly request that we take a moment of silence in honor of the 10 women and 1 girl that I have identified who are victims of gender-based violence and femicide in the current month of August in our country. A month that we have dedicated to celebrating the contribution of women in our society. The 10 women were brutally murdered this month across the country. And 1 girl fell victim of rape by the suspect who murdered her mother. These are the 10 victims of GBV and femicide that I've sampled across the different provinces. And I will proceed and read their circumstances that relate to each of the gruesome incidents after we've done a moment of silence. Let us observe a moment of silence just for a few seconds. Thank you very much. In the province of Northwest, a University of Northwest student, female, 21-year-old, was stabbed to death in Rustenburg flat on the 3rd of August this month. The deceased was a 3rd-year education student at Mafikeng campus. Her body was discovered wrapped in bed sheets with multiple stab wounds on her neck. The male suspect fled the scene, but later surrendered to authorities. He has been charged with murder. In Free State, police are appealing to members of the community to assist with any information that could assist in identifying the suspect or suspects responsible for the murder of a Butlokong woman. Her burnt body was discovered in Phase 7 by a community member on Monday, 4 August 2025. The victim had sustained stab wounds and her body was burnt beyond recognition. In Gauteng, on the 5th of August this year, Gauteng police have arrested a suspect in connection with the murder of a 35-year-old woman who was found buried in a shallow grave here in Pretoria. The woman is believed to have been lured by a man through a dating app, and this is the 5th body to be discovered within the areas of Silverton and Eastras. Western Cape, 9 August 2025. A 30-year-old woman was shot in Heideveld on the Cape Flats. 2 kilometers away, there was a launch of Silencing the Gun movement in Mucklenueck. Ironically, this event, which was held on Women's Day, is aimed at reducing gun violence in the region. While investigations continue, the victim's family believes she was killed as she was a witness in a gang-related murder case. She was killed in a drive-by shooting. Limpopo, a 33-year-old man, has appeared in Chitale Magistrate Court on the 14th of August this year, for the murder of his partner and the rape of her 16-year-old daughter. It is alleged that on the 10th of August 2025, the accused woke the minor victim, claiming they need to search for her mother at the village. The woman was last seen on Saturday, the 9th of August 2025. After failing to locate the mother, the accused led the minor to the bushes next to the local cemetery where he raped her. The accused instructed the teenage child to return home, and on 11 August, police officers discovered that the suspect had actually murdered the missing woman on the 9th of August and disposed of her body in a pit toilet at a local school. Limpopo, 15 August 2025. Police in Seshego have arrested a 33-year-old man in connection with the brutal murder of his girlfriend, whose body was discovered in the house they shared in Seshego Zone 3 on Tuesday night, 13 August 2025. Police were called to the scene in the early hours of the morning, where they found a lifeless body of a 26-year-old woman inside the suspect's residence. The victim had sustained multiple injuries. Preliminary investigation suggests that she may have been killed several days earlier, as her body was already in a state of decomposition. Free State, Saturday, 16 August 2025. Oden Dalras police were conducting preliminary investigations after a woman was reportedly missing. Investigations led members and the complainant to the shack in K10 section, Kgorong. On arrival at the scene, they met a male who alleged that he was also looking for the victim. Police requested to search the residence and discovered soil under the sofa and bed. Upon further investigation, soil was found behind the bed, and after digging through the soil, they noticed a human leg. Police discovered the body of the deceased female with her mouth tied with a cloth. Limpopo again, Giyani police have activated a massive manhunt for the suspect who allegedly stabbed and killed his girlfriend in Shawela village during the early hours of Sunday, 17 August 2025. Police received report in the early hours of the morning regarding the violent incident and swiftly responded. Second last, Western Cape Mitchell's Plain police are investigating the murder of a 29-year-old woman whose body was discovered in the bushes at Wolfgat Nature Reserve on the 21st of August. She had multiple stab wounds. Last incident that I've picked up, 31-year-old man from Leeuwfontein appeared in Marble Hall Magistrate Court in Limpopo this past Tuesday, for the murder charge. It is alleged that on the 19th of August, the accused stabbed his girlfriend, who was 4 months pregnant, several times and fled the scene. She was certified dead at the scene after being found by community members who called the police. It was revealed that around May 2025, the deceased had opened a case of assault with intent to cause grievous bodily harm against the accused. However, she submitted a withdrawal statement in court, resulting in the accused being released in July this year. Why am I sharing this information, ladies and gentlemen? We're talking leadership. And this is leadership of society in all respects, all across. We need very strong leadership across all sectors if we are to get rid of this scourge of gender-based violence and femicide. And women must lead society out of these social, political, and economic ills. Program Director, it is an honor and privilege for me to present my welcome remarks. We are moving closer to the end of the month. I've shared with you some concerning moments that I've picked up. This is a month that Dr. Mago said we dedicated to celebrate women. It is a month in which we pay homage to our diverse and great foremother leaders who stood resolutely firm on the ground to advocate for and advance the struggle for women's emancipation in times of adversity in our country. It is a month in which we celebrate the many uncelebrated women heroes whose contributions may not have found expression in the annals of our country's history. These are the grandmothers and mothers who made sure family structures remained intact when the colonial and apartheid system sought to obliterate our histories, cultures, languages, and traditions. In the expression often used by our keynote speaker, Prof. Tulimadonsela, she always refers to Gogo Dlamini. This is what I've learned when she was still public protector. These are the Gogo Dlaminis of our ancient times who ensured that children stayed clear from gunfire and substance abuse in many parts of our country. It is these Gogo Dlaminis who provided leadership and kept families and communities intact in the pre- and post-industrialization eras. They led institutions of indigenous knowledge that stored, transferred, and disseminated knowledge and values. They were and are still boffins that have shaped and preserved our indigenous curriculum. that has taught children the languages and oral stories, spiritual awareness, cultural practices, environmental conservation, and many other life skills. They shared their rare knowledge, which became the foundation of young children's curriculum and way of teaching. Studies conducted by Leonard Barnes, 1969, and Aile Marie Tripp, 2012, confirmed that women played social, political, economic, and religious roles during pre-colonial times in Africa. Although such roles played by women have always been ignored by fronting men's work, Ifi Amaidume, in his study in 2005, said that matriarchy dominated African societies first, and women were leading in almost all spheres of society. A close study of the works done by Cheikh Anta Diop in 1989 and Ivan van Septima in 1994 clarify that women during ancient and pre-colonial times in Africa were dominant in political, economic, social, and religious activities and functions. Both Jennifer Way and Jane Isabiliza in 2006 and 2003 studies point out that women leadership was inherent in South Africa and Rwanda during the pre-colonial era. They averred that within the monarchy, the king executed his duties based on decisions made by Umubagekazi, the king's mother, in Kinyarwanda language. The mother to the king is the leader of the tribe, and the king takes lessons and guidance from his mother. In case the mother to the king died, the roles would be transferred to the daughter, who's the king's sister. Today we call them ragadis. These are the people who are left to guide the king. So indeed, women are leaders of our lifetime. Let's make no mistake about it. The invasion of Africa by colonial superpowers was the beginning of challenges for women leadership on this continent. Colonial rule emphasized high sidelining of women in political positions. And as such, their political position and influence, the political position and influence of African women was eroded within society. Subsequently, the majority of men started to conceptualize that women were unable to be leaders of societies and nations. And this misconception is still being held by a majority of men in Africa today. And that is confirmed also by Gertrude Fester, who gave that narrative. Studies done by Afisi and Marie Tripp confirmed that women were predominantly responsible for agricultural production in Africa in the pre-colonial era. And this gave them enormous economic power. According to Les Borick, 1964, once the farming season commences, other work that a woman indulges in turn out to be of lesser value because she has to dedicate all the time to farming activities. And her economic cycle, trading, and other chores are relegated to periods when farming work reduces or is complete. Colonialists arrived and they took the land from the African woman. They took the land to grow cash crops. And since women earned income from surplus food crops, this was no more. The situation put women at a great economic loss. And this is quoted by Amadume in 2015 and Mahmoud Mamdani in 2018. And that is why the majority of women in Africa are suffering today. The colonialists marginalized women's involvement in political, social, and economic realms. They also undermined whatever roles women played, and eventually colonial ideologies led to gender gaps that we witness today. Isife averred that African women are battling with the two-pronged predicament of being a woman and of being black. That is what we are facing today. World over, ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing the emergence of what appears to be strange, new, and different types of leadership styles. And I hope we're going to reflect on these once our keynote address is shared with us. These styles are permeating our economic, social, and political systems. Some of these styles are as follows. We are seeing patronage leadership styles. These are the styles that are characterized by distribution of favors, jobs, money, positions, etc., in exchange for support and loyalty. We are seeing helicopter leadership style. If you know a dragonfly, it doesn't stop in one space. It's all over the place. This is a leadership style that is characterized by micromanagement, excessive monitoring and control, overstepping authority boundaries to secure compliance. We are seeing proxy, tokenism leadership style. A person who finds themselves in this space is appointed to occupy a leadership role as a proxy of their handler or master. The incumbent is cognitively incapable of doing the work, and they seek all instructions and guidance to complete the tasks from the master or the handler. The last I've picked up, which is quite concerning because it has caused a storm around the globe, is what I call testosterone-induced leadership. We all have some level of testosterone. It depends on the balance. So this style of leadership is characterized by excessive power, high self-esteem, dominance, and authoritarianism. It is some of these leadership styles that I've shared with you that have plunged the world today into geopolitical conflict and a myriad of economic challenges that we are witnessing. Excessive testosterone in the atmosphere precipitated the Russian-Ukrainian conflict. It is two men who are at the center of that conflict. And if you look at what is going on between Israel and Palestine, it's testosterone that's in the atmosphere. You look at the trade war and tariff wars between the United States and its allies or trading partners. All of these things have throttled the agricultural value chain and led to shortages of fertilizers and other farming supplies across the world, increase in energy prices, crude oil, fuel, liquid gas, constrained movement of goods and services in regions and continents. And this has increased the prices of food and other commodities. But the burden of ensuring that families are safe, they've got food on the table, it's still carried by an ordinary woman. There is anecdotal evidence, I must say, that is emerging in the literature about female leaders who are trapped in some of those emergent leadership styles I've shared with you. They have abandoned their own personal values and authentic identities to pursue instant gratification. Some are leading like transaction brokers, dispensing patronage. Others are acting like proxies on behalf of handlers. Others are also managing like helicopters, and others have extra dose of testosterone. And they use dominance and authoritarianism to secure compliance, as I said. Looking back home in this country, we had legislative reforms that took place since 1994. They have created spaces for women to reclaim their leadership roles in the political, social, and economic spheres. However, despite a plethora of these laws that should be empowering women, progress on the ground is very disappointing. It is very disappointing. Just Share, which is an NPC, issued a report in 2023, which reflects that women comprised 46% of the economically active population in South Africa, but they only held 35% of board positions and 25% of executive roles in the top 40 JSE listed companies. The fact that women are better represented at board level and not at chief executive level reflects a lack of progress in ensuring that corporate culture supports the advancement of female employees. In the public sector, the statistics is there, positions in middle management. Women are in that space 45% in 2019 and it's 46% now in 2023, just 1% movement. Same with senior management. roles, directors and chief directors and above, it was 42%. It's just 45% between 2019 and 2023. So significant strides have been made in our political space because of gender equality in politics. You can look at our parliamentary representatives. There's more women. There were more women actually in 2004, 33%. And then in 2024, it was 42.8%. Although Cabinet achieved greater gender parity in 2019, female representation declined in 2024. We need to be concerned. In close to conclusion, I met this young girl at a local gym last Saturday who was wearing a T-shirt that caught my attention. It had a phrase printed on the back. It was written, "Empowering girls to lead." So I became very curious. I walked towards this girl and asked her, "Can you please engage me on what is behind you? What has inspired this wording on the T-shirt?" I didn't expect the answer I got. She was very bold. She really was confident. This is the answer I must get. She said to me, she believes that boys can lead, but girls can lead even better if they are empowered. So personally, as an advocate, as an ambassador for women leadership, having personally been raised by a matriarch myself, I was very inspired by this young woman, and I believe that women can and must reclaim their pre-colonial power and lead society in all aspects of our lives. It is the indigenous knowledge curricula of Gogo Dlamini and other foremothers that must shape our leadership discourse this morning and propel all women who are in our midst today to reclaim their leadership spaces across all sectors. If women were to lead today, ladies and gentlemen, leading countries and institutions, 90% of the world's problems would be solved.
Yes.
So on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor Puleng Linkabula, and her entire executive management at Unisa, a warm and spirited welcome to each and every one of you. I hope the discussions will be fruitful and that we will find areas of convergence as we unravel the leadership challenges that are besieging our country and opportunities that lie ahead. Let us lift women to take charge of institutions and countries of this world, and by that we will live in peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Mulaudzi, bringing to the forefront for each and every one of us the challenges that women still face in our country and the collective responsibility that we all have to take that leadership and make the difference and realize that the power lies within each and every one of us. Once we are empowered as women, fully agree with you, we can lead nations, organizations, and even communities. So thank you so much for those remarks. Now we turn to a moment that promises to stir both our thoughts as well as our spirit. A keynote address by a woman whose name is synonymous with integrity, courage, and catalytic change. She's not only a legal luminary and former public protector of South Africa, but also a global voice for justice, ethical governance, and inclusive leadership. Her journey has been marked by resilience in the face of adversity, authenticity in the corridors of power, and a deep commitment to inclusion that transcends beyond borders and ideologies. Time magazine named her one of the 100 most influential people in the world and the leaders category, and described her as an aspirational example of what African public officers need to be. She serves as the director of the Center for Social Justice in the Faculty of Law at the Stellenbosch University, where she occupies the Law Trust Chair Professor of Law in Social Justice Studies. She currently teaches constitutional law, social justice, administrative law, constitutional governance, and ethical leadership. Distinguished guests, may I please ask you to rise as you help me to welcome Professor Thuli Madonsela to the stage. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you, Program Director. I still need to switch on this laptop if I can have a bit of help quickly. Yes. Or is it a different one? Sorry about that.
Sorry.
But whilst they're still switching on the laptop, firstly, greetings, ladies and a few gentlemen. You all look amazing this morning. And to the Unisa leadership and the Businesswomen's SA leadership, thank you for the privilege to join you this morning and to speak to you about the power of resilient, authentic, and inclusive women leadership. I have pegged this on the topic, Women Leading for Justice and Peace in a Fractured World. But as a starting point, look at me and the podium. Do you see anything odd? If you see my laptop and the podium and me, you probably can only see my head. This is 31 years into democracy, more than 70 years since we adopted the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. And next year we'll be celebrating 30 years of the current Constitution. But 2 years ago, we celebrated 30 years of the interim Constitution of 1993. All three instruments affirm the humanity of every person, including women, persons with disabilities, Black and white people. So let's go back to looking at me in this picture and say what's wrong in this picture. You will agree with me, those of you who deal with design thinking, that it's a design. This podium was not designed for people like me. It was designed for people who come from a group where they're generally much taller than me. And therefore, when they stand on a podium like this, you can see a passport picture of them. So what difference does it make? When we can only see your head, it diminishes your authority. It diminishes the sense. Okay. But whilst we are clapping, we have to come back to the topic of today. So this lamentation that I'm giving to you today is the lamentation I gave in August 2018 at Stellenbosch University when we had our first social justice roundtable, which has since been elevated into an annual international conference on social justice and summit. What has stopped me from commissioning a podium that is adjustable to all heights and therefore tailored to all. Nothing. And hence, the topic today speaks not just to the world out there, it speaks to us as women. And therefore, when we're speaking about the power of resilient, authentic, and inclusive women leadership, I decided to peg this on the women on whose shoulders we stand. Because I feel that to them, like ancient people of Greece who borrowed a lot from Kemet, they believed the obstacle is the way. So Charlotte Mucklenueck, who lived under worse conditions than we live in, understood that the obstacle is the way. And one of the quotes from her is that if you definitely and earnestly set out to lift women and children up in social life of the Bantu, meaning Africans, you will find the men will benefit and thus the whole community, both white and black. But we must pull all our energies into this task if we are to succeed. And you can see then she's not saying you must pull all your energies to fix the challenges that women and children find themselves. She's saying we together must fix it. And that is in line with what Eleanor Roosevelt said when they were crafting the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which was adopted in 1948. Her understanding was that for those rights to have meaning, to translate into everyday justice for every person, including the Gogo Dlaminis, Prof, everyone has to be a justice agent, regardless of whether they are a cleaner or a president. So we meet today discussing this topic of resilience, inclusion, and authenticity at a time when our nation is at an inflection point. And the question is, what's the call for us as women leaders? Do we lament, as I did in 2018? I don't lament in other areas, I solved the problem. But I've looked back and said, God, every time I go to these podiums, I'm annoyed. But what's stopping me from fixing the problem? Who am I waiting for? So as women, we have to think about where else are these problems that we see? Where there are business women among us who could be venture capitalists, who could be social impact investors, where there are universities among us who could have a competition for young people to say who's going to invent a podium that is tailored for all and not just for those who used to be the only recognized figures of power. So, yeah, there's this African proverb that says, a leopard is chasing us, and you're asking me, is it male or female? And that is analysis paralysis. I've looked at the national dialogue, which I had really waited for. It's been stuck in analysis paralysis and collection of wishes. I personally had hoped it was going to just discuss, why do we still hate each other? Why are we not able to fix the legacies? How do we convince each other that those legacies were not created by us, but they are a problem now? And they are an obstacle now. If we don't fix them, we are doomed. And this is the context of these women whose legacy will will be celebrating the 70th anniversary of next year. So we stand now on the eve of the 70th anniversary of the 1956 Women's March. And as we reflect on our own hits and misses, I thought as we look at this topic, we just have to look at what are lessons on resilience, authenticity, and inclusion that we can learn from these women. And we must acknowledge that it was a catalytic moment. That brave action of 1956. Without Twitter, without WhatsApp, without the internet, without all of these things that we have that we can use to engage with each other and lead with purpose. But they still led with purpose, and 20,000 of them were in that event. But what has not been discussed about that event, I just am going to go into this slide quickly. I'm going to go back. Is what is never discussed in that event is the Ethiopian proverb that says, when spider webs combine, they can tie up a lion. Sometimes they say when spider webs unite, they can tie up a lion. I'm sure Ethiopians did see that lion. You know, I mean, the Ethiopian emperor was called the Lion of Judah. So certainly they probably had seen these spider webs combining and tying up a whole lion. So you see in this picture, there's there's Rahima Musa, representing Asian, Malay, Indian people. There is Helen Joseph representing white. There's Lillian Goy representing African or indigenous African women. There's Helen Joseph representing white. And there's young at that stage, she was only 18. Mama Sophie Williams then, who is now the brain, representing those of mixed race. And those who don't know, colors are not just a mixture of white and black in South Africa. They just mixed groups, mixture of all of these groups. And that was intentional. It was representing the 20,000 women. They came from all classes. They came from all racial categories. They came from multiple religions. They came from Stokvels, because these women thought, united, we do better than just a few of us. But also by bringing all of these groups, they also made sure that unintentionally, what was presented was not just us, a just us message by the elite women. That the message carried the aspirations and concerns of all of the women that we affected. So I just wanted to go into that slide. So as we have this inflection point, our brother has already indicated some of the problems. I do want to indicate just a little bit more. Today is better than yesterday. I just want us to be clear about that. That because of 1956, because of the Charlotte Maxeges, because of everyone who fought before us, despite everything that's happening to us, we are on much better ground. And if everyone says to you, you're living in a VUCA world, they're lying to you. The world has always been VUCA. Even during Stone Age, there was always volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. The things that we regard as given today, because science tells us why they happen, they were complex to them because they didn't know why it rains, why things were the way they were. So, although we are in a better world, we still have economic disparities, and this has been indicated by previous speakers. This includes not just income, it also includes wealth. You know, every time we talk about women, we focus on income. The JSE wants us to focus on wealth, that we need to teach women about wealth literacy too, not just income. Because when you have wealth, you might not need income, because you might have passive income from your wealth. Safety. So the economy is one of our biggest concerns. I couldn't tell between safety and the economy what is our biggest challenge. There are still disparities for women and impediments to safety. My speech is talking about leadership for justice and peace. So when you talk about all of these things, there is an injustice, a social injustice, a gender injustice. But when it comes to peace, when people think about peace, they think about what's happening in the Ukraine, what's happening in Palestine, in Congo, in Yemen, etc. But peace is more than the absence of war, we've been told. Women do not live in peace. And our DVC, our Deputy Vice Dean, has just outlined some of those things. And we said, when I was still in the Department of Justice, the greatest impediment to women exercising the freedoms that have been opened by democracy is violence. Of course, in addition to poverty. But violence, why we chose violence is because violence does not care about class. It covers everyone. Although, of course, with the intersection of various other injustices, the poor are more likely to suffer violence because they don't have the protections that insulate some of us from violence. But violence is the greatest impediment for every woman from the day they're born to the day they die, whether they die at 90 or they die. Safety. Then we have poverty, hunger, homelessness as a third issue. As a fourth issue, health and well-being, including an imploding mental health challenge in this country. In fact, I do think that there's a link between the imploding challenge of femicide and mental health. And for me, it boils down to that thing of, are we talking? Are we dialoguing? Or are we telling people the Constitution says you must do 1, 2, 3? And if somebody feels disempowered, they don't want to be told. So are we talking, or are we just preaching to the choir? So one of the greatest things that have happened through women's leadership, working with men, through the resilience of women's leadership, through the collectivity of women's leadership, and I'll talk a little bit about authenticity. We came up with this constitution which says, we, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of our past, believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. We therefore, through our freely elected representatives, adopt this constitution as the supreme law of the Republic so as to heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights, improve the quality of life of all citizens, and free the potential of each person. And I'm talking here about, I am one who says we should not be unjust towards people of foreign origin. But the one thing people miss in this dialogue is there's a specific constitutional injunction to improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person. And Section 237 says constitutional obligations should be prioritized. So then Ubuntu, as S versus Makwanyane says, means you have to strike a balance there. And I think we're failing to strike the balance, and hence people are taking the law into their own hands. As Chief Justice Mucklenueck would say, they are resorting to self-help. And self-help always involves excess and always involve injustice. So for me, from Charlotte Maxeke, even before the 1996 Women's March, we just get the lesson that when there's a problem, you lead. So I hope you'll help me to solve the podium, and we'll solve GBV as well. Because lamenting doesn't solve problems. Charlotte Maxeke did not lament. She came up with a program saying, how do we deal with child justice? That the world just learned about it already in the 20th century. In the 19th century, she was already giving us a blueprint on tailored for all approach to women's appearances in courts and the appearances of children. Now, what's in it for you and me if we solve the problems? I think we're at an inflection point where all of those challenges that I said affect women, they affect all. Actually, I said poverty and hunger, health and well-being, access to justice in courts is inadequate. Then we have a cultural and colonial hegemonies and episteme, which are compounded by mental health challenges. And these cultural and colonial hegemonies and epistemes are part of the reason why we have what we call the backlash. Susan Faludi wrote about it in the 90s already, that when people have been told you're in charge, and suddenly somebody pulls the carpet under their feet, they're going to fight back. So you can't just use the law. There has to be another way, because people have been programmed in a particular way and they've got to reprogram them. And you can see that actually educated women are killed with so much zeal because of that feeling that you think you're here and you think I'm here, but I have physical power. I'll bring you down here. And that's something that we have to say, what's driving that mentality? Trust me, neuroscientists tell us threatening them with arrest is not going to help. Because when they kill, they're not thinking. So they're not thinking about the legal consequences of going to jail. Neuroscientists would say that their prefrontal cortex is on recess. They're thinking with their amygdala. They see you as a real physical threat, and they respond with the power they have to respond when there's a threat. And it's only after they've killed that suddenly they go back to the blood and oxygen flows back to their prefrontal cortex, and they realize what they've done. So how do we deal with that? It comes to me to the cultural hegemony of male power. The cultural hegemony in our society is still saying men and white people are at the top, particularly white men. So some young lady, Gajama, writes about why in democracy her father started beating her mom. Because under apartheid, with them having distorted customary law, black men could take all of the nonsense in the workplace, knowing that when they get home, they're king.
Yeah.
And that was not pre-colonial, but that was the safe haven that was created for them. But all men, exactly the same thing, with white men also were told, okay, there can be nonsensical class thing, there are rich people and you're not rich, but at least there are black people beneath you. So we've turned things around, but we haven't told people that you don't need anybody to be beneath you to be worthy. Yeah. We keep talking to women about being worthy, but are we talking enough to men and other people who are dependent on pseudo-supremacy to claim their place in society? I don't think we're talking enough. In fact, I spoke, and people thought I was being racist against white people. I was saying white people need to talk and grieve their loss of supremacy, because it was pseudo supremacy in the first instance. But they need to talk about it. They need to grieve, and they need to let it go. But the same thing must happen to men. The same thing must happen to heterosexuals. The same thing should happen to nationals, who, yes, we have to prioritize citizens. But this vitriol against foreigners comes from a place that, I grew up in Soweto, partly in Soweto and partly in Swaziland, and both countries had names for foreigners. So again, under apartheid, you are nobody. But at least there's still Jojo. In my street, there was Jojo. There's still Jojo who is less than you. And Jojo was an adult and a gardener, and anybody could talk to Jojo as if you're talking to my 7-year-old grandchild, because he was Malawian. Now, with equality, the Malawans talk to you as equals. And then who are you then? You still know under the continuing hegemony is that white is still supreme. So where does that place you? Then you fight with all you've got. And then the last thing that I think is a problem, it's a new challenge now. It is technological advances such as AI and the challenge of climate change. So that's an external threat that is compounding the fact that women are already left behind and certain communities are already left behind. So what's in it for us? Number one, as long as there's injustice somewhere, there can't be peace anywhere. If you see in that picture, it's me at Clipland's hostel. That was a killing field there, and my team didn't want to go there, and we went there. Why did we went to Cleveland? This is where inkabis are manufactured. And I still think the state has not really implemented the report we came out with there, because we met young people who said, I've killed someone. But it was economy. It wasn't politics. It was this person is not surrendering to our authority in terms of how we allocate the beds in the hostel. So if we fix the economy, then peace comes in. But also if we fix the lingering power dynamics. So colleagues, I just really do believe that part of having justice, part of having the culture of the women of the past is really purpose-driven leadership that is undergirded by hope, by justice, by integrity. Because when hope dies, things fall apart. So I think one of our call is to keep hope alive. Keeping hope alive means then you balance between lamenting and solving problems. And I do think, I don't know, I hear a lot of lamentation, and there's a lot of great things. Every woman here is doing great things. We need to talk about that as well, so that people can think like the Charlotte Mucklenueck, like the 1956 women, that these things are solvable, that we too can solve them. So how do they do it? Yeah, authenticity, resilience, and inclusive leadership. And I've already said, so the first thing was they worked together. They understood the power of coming together. But if you're going to come together from an Ubuntu point of view, means you've got to respect the humanity of everyone. And I've had the luck of interviewing two of these women and meeting Rahima Musa and interviewing Mama Albertina Sisulu, who was also part of the group. The ones I've interviewed in person is Mama Helen Joseph and Sophie de Bruyn. Sophie de Bruyn we interviewed with my daughter Wenzel. So how did they do it? What is authenticity? I see it as the daily practice of letting go of who we think we are supposed to be and embracing who we are. I mean, in interviewing the three women that I've interviewed, Mama Albertina Sisulu, Helen Joseph, and Sophie de Bruyn recently, is they didn't try to be men. Yeah. They embraced who they were, and they even used their own to raise the money. They used what they knew then, like sewing, baking, knitting, and selling those things to raise the money. In fact, in Sepedi, they say a woman holds a knife at the sharp end. Mosadi o tshwara thipa ka bogale. And they did that. When I interviewed all three women, they said, their male colleagues said, "You're going to kill people. You've proven that you can organize this, but don't go." But the women understood that courage is not the absence of fear. It is going ahead despite the fear, because that which you seek to achieve is far more important than whatever it is that you fear. And they prevailed. How did they do it? Resilience. They had the capacity to withstand or recover quickly from setbacks. But at Tuma, we teach something on agility, resilience, and in fragility. Because it's impossible to be resilient when you're fragile. So this morning, as I was getting out of the car, I was told that my colleagues are coming to pick me up, and I suspected there'll be a camera. Normally, I powder my face in the bathroom, but with my colleagues coming in, I get out of the car. Not a wise move. I get out of the car. I start powdering my face. My new Mac, a compact, which arrived yesterday, which my son-in-law brought last night at 10:30 at night, falls and disintegrates totally. So this new Mac container lacks internal integrity and fragility. Okay, I must explain, there are two ways of thinking of integrity. Integrity also means robust. And this is my friend who teaches on integrity, emphasizes that integrity is not just being dishonest. It also means you are intact. And the original Greek word actually is intact, integrity. So sadly, Mac, they've got to improve the integrity. In fact, it's the second one falling. One I bought 2 weeks ago, and then it fell, and then it broke like that. And then this one bought last night at night and brought to me, and it broke. But why is this important on integrity? In Tuma, we say you can't chase resilience without building integrity. And integrity means we as women, if we're going to lead, and we don't need anyone's permission to lead, as we know that leadership is influencing and inspiring yourself and others to think in a particular way and act in a particular way to achieve defined results. So if you're going to lead sustainably, you need to have that resilience, that integrity. And that means emotional intelligence, social intelligence, spiritual intelligence, intellectual intelligence, but also just making sure that your affairs in life are in order. I mean, my partner passed about 2 months ago, and I have had to be able to use the tools of building resilience that I teach about, because I have had to be able to withstand the challenges of having your partner die when you're not married, when it is a permanent life partnership. The law protects you, but nobody knows about the law. So you've had to have integrity, plus the fact that I'm an academic. And the will of life in academia doesn't wait because you are moaning your situation. You've got to plug in. So I've had to, but you need prior resilience. You need prior fragility to be able to be resilient. But also, working together builds your resilience. That when spider webs unite, they can tie up a lion. I've seen it in my personal life as a pup protector. I've seen it in my personal life in summiting Kilimanjaro twice. Without the support of fellow women, without the support of the Tanzanian men. So men and women have to work together, by the way, if we have to build this resilience. So you need internal resilience, but you also need a supportive environment. Hence, the women who went to Parliament in 1994 focused on creating an enabling environment. And how that helped was they created that charter, women's charter, by 1994. So when they went to Parliament, they didn't go with nothing. They went with PATCOS, which says, through this national dialogue, are we going with PATCOS there? Or are we going to talk as individual women's groups? And is it possible that we'll talk against each other? So that is now the resilience of women as a group, as opposed to just infragility of women as a group, as opposed to individual women. So, but has the baton been taken by current overlapping generations? We have overlapping generations. Yes. The fact that we're here means Unisa is consistently bringing women to the fore. And this is not the first time I'm addressing a Unisa women's event or a public lecture organized by fellow women in Unisa. That's affirming each other, that is supporting each other, that is creating space or holding space for each other to have this conversation. The Business Women's Association of South Africa, not only because it's a partner here, it's been holding space for women coming together to build resilience, to collectively tackle things, to move the needle on including women in the economy. South African Women in Dialogue, oh my God, Bosis Zanele and Bosis Togompumloane, they've kept the fort there. They bring women together. They make sure that there's space for us to talk about these matters. But they also support us individually. I could not have been a pup protector if I wasn't nominated by Saweet. Not because I asked them. In fact, I wasn't even looking in that direction. It was just a random selection by Saweet of a couple of women, and God and the universe thought it was my turn. We have at Stellenbosch University something called the Musa Plan for Social Justice. It's a major plan that we're hoping is sort of a Marshall Plan around achieving equality, solidarity, and sustainability. Incidentally, the G20 goals. And we came with it in 2017, but it was women. We organized an event on women leading the healing of the divisions of the past in 2017. And in the group, a woman by the name of Palisa Musa put up her hand and she spoke. And it was so interesting. Both of us coming from Soweto, but two parts. And she said, at the age of 12, I was detained without trial here at the women's jail. I was tortured together with other women. But in that process, my education was arrested. From there, I became a soldier. And coming back to the new South Africa, it has tended to be elitist, and there's no clear space for me. And poverty is achieving for me exactly what the past laws we were fighting about were achieving for our mothers. And there was not a dry eye in the room. And we raised 7,000 to help her, but of course that was not enough, and the Tuma Foundation since supported. But Stellenbosch University, hearing the story of Palisa Musi, said this Marshall Plan that we're trying to get civil society to play a role in addressing the disparities, the apartheid and colonial disparities and patriarchal disparities, it's named after Palisa Musa to remind us that it's not just about affirming the elites who have already been affirmed. It's about making sure that no one is left behind in terms of improving their quality of life. I'm not saying, I'm sure by now she now receives a pension, but when we first met her, she was not 60 yet. She wasn't receiving a pension. So that's the Musa Plan for Social Justice. It also includes Action for Inclusion, MEM Standard, the missing middle you know about. And one of the things NSFOS does is it's what we call bureaucratic solutions, where it's just one size fits all. And one size has never fitted all, never. We started with this podium. You've got to design it so that it's flexible. So the missing middle for NSFOS, for example, will say the last time I checked it was 360,000 family income. It doesn't matter whether that 360,000 has 10 people that it's supporting, or it's 360,000 supporting one child. Weird. But that NSFOS before you, ma'am, hopefully women will understand intersectionality and really say, how do we meet people where they are, not where we think they should be? Because then we leave a lot of people behind. In fact, then there's a whole lot of fraud, because the people are left behind, they then exclude their parents. I do know a whole lot of children of civil servants who are not, who are on NSFOS. Please don't ask me that. But what do they do? I think someone once said that when the law is unjust, defying it is a revolutionary act. Which is what we did under colonialism and apartheid. So what you need, reform the instrument so that it is fair. Because you'll agree with me, it's unjust to have the 10 person, 360,000, the one person, 360,000. It's impossible for the 10 person to send all of their kids to university. So there's so for us at the university, there was a stopgap for the missing middle because universities kick them out, guys. I don't know if Unisa does that. Literally, they allow you to register without any money at my university. So you study for a whole year, living as I'm not going to use words that are improper, but you can understand that you live as a hermit. No, not a hermit. As a homeless person, living in spaces of other people. One university here in our city, for example, the children, my daughter Wenzile found them living in the bathroom. And then they started a campaign called I Am Jackson, because the guy they found was Jackson. So, but then the next year, the crunch comes. Because your academics are not that high, you've passed barely enough. Because who passes very high when you had no food, no place to sleep? So they say, okay, if your academics had been high, we would now be giving you a scholarship. So you owe us money for the year. Since you can't pay us, off you go. And the first year I came to the university, they brought this to our social justice chair at a social justice cafe. And I realized personally, this is, again, women lifting, because they've been lifted. So it's not just about rising through lifting. It's also lifting because they've been lifted. For my university life, I never paid a cent. So when kids are kicked out of university, because they have no money, it brings tears to me. So the university said, okay, if you want us to take them back in, give us 2.2 surety. 2.2 million. And I didn't have that money. I had to ask my partner, who said yes before speaking to his accountant. And when he spoke to his accountant said no, but he was a man of his word, so he stayed with it, and we were able to take back over 200 students for that year. Thank you. But then to raise the money, because my partner was not going to lose 2.2 million, we then started Action for Inclusion together with a colleague, Professor Sonia Yemen. And how we started it again, when Spiderwebs Unite, this conversation took place as we were preparing to climb Kilimanjaro under the Trek for Mandela, Caring for Girls. So guys reach deals at the golf course. We reach deals when we're mountain climbing. or just hiking, even just hiking. So we reached this deal, and it really has kept a whole lot of students every year. Sadly, it's still based at Stellenbosch University. So it's now part of the MUSA Plan for Social Justice. We'll be announcing that Kate Robertson from One Young World is going to be contributing quite a major amount of money, because it's not just about keeping them at the university, it's also preventing hunger, because student hunger is a big deal. So it's again women solving these problems, and but not alone. For example, with Action for Inclusion, we worked with the SRC, and we came up with the idea, and so there are all these examples. The JSE is also another example of women lifting other women and working together, starting with the time when it was Nikki Newton-King who would invite us, going there feeling like imposters, to come and ring the bell. But what has she done? It's been to destigmatize women, destigmatize the whole notion of being female, destigmatize the whole notion of being a black female, and embrace them. But in so doing, it's also lifted the women in the JSE themselves. And her successor, Laila Foree, is doing the same, but she's asking women, please invest. Instead of spending your money, I'm not going to mention our local our local online shops. I'm going to mention the foreign ones. Let's stop investing in Temu. Let's stop investing in Shein. Seriously, guys, we had a lady there, I'm just forgetting her name, who presented a powerful and scary seminar on future-proofing yourself. And she had what ifs. What if your partner passes away? A man is not a plan, she said. Because, yes, we have an income, but what happens if something happens to you tomorrow? What happens if something happens to your husband tomorrow? So, and that was organized by the JSE. And then the South African Women Lawyers Association, it has a wills week that is helping people to think about drafting a will. Please don't have your will drafted by your financial planner. They give themselves all the power, and they make the will as short as possible so that there's lack of clarity. So get your bank to assist you. Get a woman lawyer. If you're a woman, get a woman lawyer to assist you for free. I think the Saola people do this for free, to just make sure that you think of all eventualities, because this means something for your children and your children's children. Okay, colleagues, before I wrap up, I said, has the baton been taken during our lifetime? Prof, similar to you, there are problems. There are women who find themselves behaving like the wicked mother-in-law. I call it the wicked mother-in-law syndrome, which often gets in the way of women's sisterhood. As public protector, I felt this from women. It's interesting, these women who were attacking me, suddenly when they themselves were held accountable, they would say, oh, we're being attacked because we're women. The last time I remember, I was a woman when you were at the forefront of attacking me, because the men were hiding behind women. And we get men hiding, evil men, not good men. There's always been good men in history, but you get bad men hiding behind women and elevating the women to take down other women. But why do women do this? Watch this movie. It's women who, like typical mothers-in-law, wicked mothers-in-law, they themselves were traumatized. And then they waiting for their turn to be the wicked one. So this is something we have to discuss very openly and say, in what way am I being a wicked mother-in-law to fellow women, whether it's my colleagues or my contemporaries or women in power in various institutions. Another area is a justice and just us approach. There's a theory of justice consciousness that I've been working on for a couple of years. And one of the things under that theory is an understanding that how we treat people, how we behave in society depends on at what level of justice consciousness are we. So I would put people like Charlotte Mucklenueck and the women of 1956 at the 5th level of justice consciousness. And a whole lot of other women who have risen through lifting, I would put them at level 5, particularly Charlotte Mucklenueck, who you can tell in her pronouncements, she wasn't concerned about women only. She was concerned about humanity, including white people, right up to white men who were at the top of the social stratification system of society. And that's really a truly evolved person who understands that a sustainable society, a peaceful society, has to embrace the humanity of everyone, rich or poor, and whatever color they are. Now, in our democracy, after the Jinwala, I think the people who really cared for everyone were primarily the Jinwala generation in parliament, who really tried to hold space for all women, including the Gogo Dlaminis. But they couldn't hold space for everyone. So what we have seen now is when for example, we dealt with GBV and women, Business Women's Association. We then said, okay, let's make sure that as a solution to GBV, women can get 40% tenders. That's a good thing. But how many women are looking for tenders? What percentage of women in society is going to benefit from tenders? So you need a multi-pronged economic empowerment strategies that starts with the mama in Tsofimvaba and Emanzimeleni and say, what do they want? And we talk about it at Stellenbosch University as tailoring for all, but also beyond justice as just us. So this theory of justice is about, normally we start by being concerned about ourselves. So my first concern about justice, guys, I'm not lying, was just about me, not anybody, not my brother. And I was studying in what is called Eswatini now. And suddenly, I think I was getting into my teens or pre-teen, and suddenly I realized, in this house I do all the work. I do all the cleaning, I do all the laundry. I even have to sweep the yard. And when it comes to Christmas, they still had to do something called ukcakacca, which is painting with your own hand, and which is why my hands tend to be rough. And then I complained about this. Of course, you can't complain to your parents. Unlike my granddaughter, who's 7, and my daughter, who's in her 30s, where you could tell your parent, no, you're being sexist. We couldn't tell anybody you're being sexist. We could just complain among ourselves. So I wrote a play. As soon as I was old enough to write a play, I wrote a play about gender equality, and I got it acted, which was a way of talking to the grown-ups. But that was justice just for me only. People who have been into rural areas, and I was speaking to one guy about this, would know that when the cows are missing at home, the boys are not allowed to sleep at home. So when you're only just wrapped out in yourself, you can't then think beyond. When I was pub protector, for example, I was asked to bring the boy child to work, and I said, no, it's take a girl child to work because it's the girls that are left behind. But go to Tsofimvaba and Emanzimeleni. Has any of those children been to work? Has any of these children been given social education through seeing their parents doing those things? So that justice, so that takes me to the justice as just us now. So it was justice for me. Level 2 was justice for me, where I was concerned about other women. Then I was concerned about black people. Then I was concerned about working class people. But I wasn't concerned about people with HIV at the time because nobody at I was concerned, but it wasn't my quest. Disability wasn't my quest. And all of these other white people were the least of my problems. Until human rights taught me that everyone has a concern. It's just a diversity of concerns. And a functional society has to respond to everyone. And when I say to people, even Elon Musk has concerns, has some justice concerns, people laugh. But you can tell that he's sad. And he's got his own. So that is down level 3, justice for all. Level 4 is everything is about justice. This is something I learned as Protect With It. Everything is about justice. Leaving behind Muslim women, it's a justice issue. Leaving behind life partnerships, leaving behind customary law things, all of these problems ended up being solved by courts. Be, Musenege, Bwana, etc. But us as a collective of women need to lend a voice to those whose voices can't be heard. We can't be their voice. And this is one of the problems of elite women, whether they're elite by race or they're elite by class. The problem is that then we displace them and we speak for them. You want a partnership. So inclusion is not just include their issues, include them, and so that they can speak for themselves. Because with all my good intentions, I can't be the spokesperson for domestic workers. Hence, Mahlangu, domestic workers had to be rescued by a court of law when it came to social security, because it wasn't affecting us. But indirectly, it affects us, because as long as there's injustice somewhere, there can't be sustainable peace anywhere. If Mahlangu's children can't get social security from her death, that means those children can't continue to go to school, and that means we have angry young people. That means the economy is being brought down, but that means we have angry people who feel society did not look after them, and why should they look after society? And you get that line from the Phantom of the Opera. But we've had many summits, and this is me summiting Kilimanjaro for the second time. We've had many summits, and we can learn from those summits. We talk about resilience. One of the things I learned from climbing is if you're always looking at how far you still have to go, you lose your resilience. But if you keep looking back, that's what they taught us. If you keep looking back, and if you keep thinking also about the other people who summited who are like you, you're likely to do it. So if the 1956 women did it, why can't we? We stand on shoulders of giants. We can rise sustainably through working together. So for me, I see authenticity plus collaboration as equal resilience. So as individuals, we need to be authentic. We need to be who we are. We need to deal with the world as we are, not as we should be. But a caution there, in a book I wrote on gender management and leadership is, don't take this authenticity too far. Be authentic, but some masks or a certain level of wearing a mask is important. For example, for me, justice is one thing that really just annoys me. But I have to read the room and not always be that party pooper who puts up the hand and say, you guys are being unjust. You've got to read the room. So yes, your authenticity has to be, I talked there about strategic gender need and about practical or tactical gender needs. So your authenticity still has to be anchored in being practical. So the future, every generation has an opportunity and responsibility to improve its situation and leave a better legacy for future generations. We are reminded of the giants whose shoulders we stand, and that if possible, to transcend the seemingly insurmountable challenges is possible. This month, I ask you to remember 2 women who passed, and let their silence, let their exit not be ignored. Mama Gertrude Shape, and Mama Mary Turok. They blazed the trail for us. They catalytically created better ground for us. We can learn from them, but by making sure we remember them, we tell our daughters about them, we tell our grandchildren about them, we will be building on their giant shoulders. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Yes. Thank you so much, Professor Madonsela. What an address that has stirred something in each and every one of us. Insightful, profound, authentic. We could hear you talk for more. You are just a well of wisdom, without a doubt. And we are that generation that draw from your cup. And you have truly demonstrated to each and every one of us what representation looks like, the possibilities that are open, how our voice matters, how we can truly speak truth to power and unashamedly own who we are. Thank you, Ma, for that address. Thank you. We honor her and we celebrate her. Another round of applause. Yes. Yes. You can never be at Unisa without ululating. So thank you. The power of being African, and we must celebrate our Africanism. Thank you so much. I just want to give you a heads up regarding our program. We do have one more address, then we will have a tea break. We will have a tea break afterwards as our program continues, and I will share with you the rest of our program. You know, as Professor Madonsela was talking, there was one word that did come to mind, that, you know, the problems are many, particularly in our country, but the solutions lie here. In this room. And the big question she kept on probing me is that when you do see a problem, what will you do about it? Whether it's gender-based violence, whether it's workplace challenges, what will you do? Because the power and the ability for us to collaborate like those women did is possible. So let us be intentional as well about collaborating. Thank you again, Ma, for just being so authentic. Deep condolences on your loss, reminding us, all of us, that even in times of grief, leaning onto that toolkit of resilience, which you have done and demonstrated to us today. Strength to you and the family. As we move along in our program, our dynamic Women in Leadership seminar, talking all things resilience, authenticity, and inclusion, we are now going to have a response to the keynote by a renowned professor here at Unisa, who will share some thought-provoking reflections that challenge us to think deeply about the role of resilience, authenticity, and inclusion. So with that in mind, I would love to introduce to you next on our agenda who will be doing our reflections. So to help us reflect and expand on these insights, we now welcome a scholar whose work intensely interrogates ethics, power, and politics of knowledge, particularly in relation to sexuality, health, and decolonial methodologies. Committed to restoring epistemic justice, she advocates for universities to heal, reflect African philosophies, and support authentic scholarly expression. Elements she powerfully explored in her 2025 inaugural lecture and recent writings. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen joining us, please join me in welcoming Professor Nokuthula Hlabangani as she offers her reflections on the keynote address. Professor Hlabangani, yes.
Program Director. I do have a need to plug in because my laptop power is almost failing. Thank you very much. Passport. Passport. Baitseki women's what? Chivalry must be dead. Colleagues. Chivalry must be dead. I was told it's women's what, and I didn't see men doing the things. In any case, Program Director, I'm also from Soweto, and I used to think that we have it and more, all that and more. And I used to say when I walk the streets of Brooklyn, I don't have to study their swag. I just fall into line because Soweto has taught me how to do the ghetto. But then I got to Unisa when Unisa was very intent on this question, who are we? And how do we begin to see ourselves clearer once again? And I learned that actually being rooted in the ghetto does not give life. And as such, I had to question my very truths. My truth claims that perhaps earned me the acclaim, and now I'm on a journey to unlearn those truth claims that were based on concrete, that do not have and do not give the ability to sprout. So I'm not sure whether party pooping amounts to siyabangena. That's what Soweto taught me. So I want to think that a program director, that also amounts to speaking truth to power. Nikona ekems. Siyanibingelela. I want to say sibingelela amakhosikazi akhona kule ndawo. Sibingelela amakhosi akhona kule ndawo. Amakhosana namakhosazana. Abanikazi bendawo. And it is around that frame that I want to take this opportunity to respond to Prof. Thuli Madonsela that we know so very well. Thank you very much for the invitation. I also want to say that even the way we greet does need to be rethought. Because when I say Amakosi, I'm saying we have it all. And we want it all. And it all belongs to us. Yes. And because of that, we shall not say Biki Biki Magmir. That was never our language. Singabantu, umuntu is indivisible. Umuntu is whole. Yes. Prof. Madonsela said integrity is also about being intact. And I'm going to ask us, why are we not intact? Why are we not intact? What are those things that took us away from ourselves to the extent that then that we imbibe and speak this language of biki Mucklenueck? No, I don't want that. I want it all. I want it all. So, colleagues, I was saying that even the way we greet has a lot to say about us. Basotho ba re Basotho, re Basotho. You know, we are malinated beings. And because of that, we resonate with the sun. And because of that, we also cultivate from the land. And today I'm going to speak about epistemologies of the land and how perhaps they are our almost guarantee to do this thing that I know we keep doing, critiquing Western modernity and its ails and its ills, using the same logic of Western modernity. In other words, we are not giving ourselves a chance to break out and break through, because the questions we ask collapse at the logic that we have bequeathed. And I want to say that a colleague in my department, anthropology, said to me one time, you know, Nok, remember when we were growing up and our parents would not allow us to go next door before 10 in the morning? Because they were grooming themselves. They were madlamini, taking out the things of the night, making the house good. And I want to argue that as Black people, we have not taken time for a report. And because of that, we have collapsed into what Prof. Madonsela was saying, that Charles Mills, who passed away maybe 2 years ago now, spoke about, to say that there is a consensus not to know that embeds the Euromodern idea of justice, what he terms just us, as Prof. Madonsela was saying. So if there is this consensus not to know, precisely because we have not asked the questions that matter, we continue to ask questions for the sake of asking questions. We are not doing the Sankofa move of going back to that time that Prof. Mulaudzi was talking about, when women did not need to celebrate themselves in 1 month, when women were not given dedicated time to be, when women understood intrinsically, when women were still intact, they understood intrinsically that, in fact, we don't only rock the cradle, we give birth to the men. And for that reason, it must surely be a folly that we take our cue from the logic of patriarchy, which is closely tied to the logic of capital. And hence we find ourselves saying, biki Mucklenueck, as long as let's do this. No, we need to learn to unlearn this sense of scarcity that has bound women, this sense of scarcity that makes us not to be intact, this sense of scarcity that makes us not to see ourselves clearly. Amilcar Cabral says that when we go back and fetch those philosophies of being, those ways of knowing, those ideas about justice and ethics, we may begin to see ourselves clearer. not through the prisms of the survival of the fittest. This scarcity and patriarchy that collapses under the survival of the fittest and seeks not the one. Following this national dialogue, people are saying South Africa is desperate for the savior, that one who's going to ask the questions, give the answers, implement the answers, whatever, when in fact, that's not our way. So I don't even lament the passport picture. I lament that we are not sitting in circle so that we could see each other clearly. And that is our way. Zulu Matabo Zulu says that in such a gathering, whoever is holding Lechoba is the leader at that time. And as long as consensus has not been reached, dialogue still needs to continue. And the king does not actually make a consensus. The king, the one, merely communicates, is the conduit through which Batu Babuang. So I want to challenge us as a respondent to this keynote address to say that even the way we greet, even the way we appear, even the frames within which we work are already matselo motse o re tlamilwe tlama re tlamilwe and we are re na le tlama sa coloniality. We are not seeing ourselves clearly, and even as we speak, Louis Gordon says black people want to see themselves in an edifice that does not see them. We want to see ourselves through frames that do not allow us to speak, where our speech collapses into guttural sounds. Hence, we can account for the 45 years and the 60 years and the how many years, because we have not begun to speak and speak from a place of authenticity, a place that is not prescribed by coloniality with its vicissitudes of capital and patriarchy. So I have a value proposition to make, to say as women, whatever doesn't belong with us, let's let it go. It is not ours to bear. Rather, I want to say, like Arundhati Roy, a different world is possible, and on a quiet day, I can feel it come. So instead of working with the tried, tested, and tired, Harry Kgorong and herald a different world, a world that won't dedicate whatever to women, but a world that Tate Kgorong said is the mother mind. The mother mind that does not have to speak about strife. You were talking about resilience, the ability to stretch, to bend, stretch, bend, coil, and come back to the same. So while I do not wish to cast aspersions on the work that women have done so far, but I want to say that perhaps the women on whose shoulders we stood, the ones who, under much consideration, took off too much, perhaps they were working from concrete. Perhaps they were working from the ghetto. Perhaps they had not paused to herald a different world. They sought accommodation in a capitalist patriarchal system that I heard Mema Donsela saying that somebody say, let's tie the lion. The lion does need to be tied, colleagues, because from the lion we learn this idea that there is a hierarchy of being. There is the one up there. There is the one who follows. There is the one who follows after. And everyone else, all of us here, are the footstool. So, are we gonna clean ourselves in the mud, or are we gonna rearrange the whole thing to say we don't need to look far? Mema Donsela spoke at length about African proverbs from which we can borrow, and we should borrow, because balance is what is needed. And African philosophies of being say that balance is key. As well, women are said to have matswela matelle. They can take this one, this one, because, And so I'm saying that this idea of scarcity that says, let's find ourselves in the mud. Harizameng, I think we are not. Let's be resilient. No, let's rearrange the whole thing such that it works for us and it works with us. Because being resilient in a system that wants you dead, we are only bequeathing the questions to the next generation. And I think the time has come. There is a cosmic shift. The mother mind is awakening. And I think it's waiting for women to once again say that we are not going to be compartmentalizing ourselves. We are really going to say there begins the violence. There are many ways of being killed. There begins the violence. The graphic ones that Prof. Mlauti spoke to, but the innocuous, everyday ways in which we eat ourselves up because we want to feed, we want to strain, we want to be resilient. Maybe let's resist, but beyond resistance, let's rearrange the whole thing by asking the questions that have not yet been asked. I would vouch that therein we will find perhaps gestures towards the question that we have not yet asked. Why are we killing each other? Why are we at war with one another? South Africa, with its highest Gini coefficient, is characterized as a country at war with itself, with its women. And I don't say gender-based violence. I say it's violence against women. It's violence against women because women are at that hierarchy of being. No matter how much we try to clean ourselves in that mud, we can only find ourselves when we are in a circle where we do not talk power, but we talk strength. Because power is induced from outside, whereas strength, izibilini, that thing that women have, comes from within. And we should undermine and subvert at every corner, at every opportunity, whatever seeks to determine us from outside. And Prof. Madonsela spoke about that to say that there's a lot that seeks for us to appear in ways that it understands, in ways that are tame, in ways that are choreographed, in ways that do not allow for women to show up. So the laws I see you. The laws, the laws indeed. The laws are Euro-Western. They are over-determining us from outside, and we think that we can emerge from inside. We need to ask the questions that matter. Go to the questions that do not collapse us at the cul-de-sac. When we leave here, we are going to be at the cul-de-sac, and I can tell you 30 years from now, they'll be saying women met at Unisa. They were in the cul-de-sac, and I think scholarship needs to find itself at this vortex that Arundhati Roy talks about, that seeks to change the status quo. Of course, testosterone is always there. Women-led patriarchy. Women-led patriarchy. Women who are enabling a patriarchal sense of being in the world and saying that they are women. And finally, I will tell you, I'll throw you another salvo to say the stakes are so high that people like Oyewumi has said to us, does even the woman exist? Does the woman even exist? Is it our way of being to say we are women? Or do we stay at the level of biology, the master of all that they survey? Again, terrible on his horse. Again, master of all that they survey. Vis-a-vis a world sense, that way of being to say, we are not going to collapse into dualities. And Mema Madonsela spoke to that. When women win, men win. When men win, women win. And the ones in between, perhaps who are our seers, because they are not you know, corset, you know, and all the things that feminists spoke to us about. So I want to say, what is our idea of freedom? Who taught us to be afraid of freedom? Whose idea of freedom are we espousing with our own mouths and saying that it is ours when in fact we are just mimicking? Is our idea of freedom different from the idea of freedom that British women have? I would say not. Hence, when I greeted you, I said, Amakos Namakosias, to say that we are people of the land and we resonate with the sun. And perhaps our aspirations should come from that. And I close finally. I didn't say, you know, what is ukuba umfazi, mosadi, msikati. You can do your own thing. But I want to say that in Kiswahili, when they greet, they say, how are the children? How are the children? Can we stand for our children as mothers? What happened to Matswele Aruna Madelle? Hey, why are we wearing the corset still? When feminists of yore have told us that we are going to throw away the bra. Agai Matswele. So I would say that if we learn nothing here, the way we greet should truly, truly say that we are women. Because now I heard Horibari, this good morning thing was something that enslavers said to the enslaved in the plantation to say, are you still mourning? Is it good this morning? So, and these ladies and gentlemen, Lady Diana vibes, in this the ones who are exempted from having those long breasts, the ones who are exempted from having batwaratipa kabuhaling, etc., etc. So I would say that when the children are not well, of course the women are not well. The nation is not well. The globe is not well. It is run by testosterone, and we should stop saying we are being led when women are following in the footsteps of those who cannot nurture. And for that reason, I would say that Let's inhabit those third space possibilities. Let's ask for the impossible. Let us be impossible, because we cannot herald a future that is different by being possible. And I would say that, Makosigazi, please do understand your abundance. Please keep expanding. Be irreverent. Be irreverent, Makosigazi. Take up space and not be afraid, but do so in ways that are not only strategic for now, but are actually shifting the whole cosmic order, so that at the end we break out and break through that cul-de-sac that keeps hemming us back to the same impossibilities. Rather, let's define our own impossibilities and begin to ask the questions that are deep, that are robust, that are epoch-informed, that account for why women had to leave their children in order to find accommodation, chasing their husbands from the land in order to find accommodation. And I would say that leadership, legacy, in fact, should not be worked for. It should follow you. And that way we will know that you were leading as a woman and not as a man. Thank you.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Professor Hlabangani. You are very passionate about this topic. We are looking forward to the book. We want to read more of those insights. Thank you so much. I did have to push our time there. I know I did say we will have a tea break. We do want to ensure that we get this dialogue in before we break, everyone. So I'm now going to call upon, as we move the direction and we talk, there we go, our academic panel. We're going to bring together some formidable minds whose work spans governance, anthropology, and strategic management. This conversation is going to be guided by Professor Ntabiseng Moraka, a scholar and director of the School of Management Sciences at Unisa, and her research interrogates the intersection of race, gender, and leadership, and she brings a critical yet compassionate lens to today's dialogue. Let's lean into the conversation with curiosity, courage, and openness. Prof. Moraka, over to you. Yes.
Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. Colleagues, I'm going to request my panelists to quickly join me on stage. Professor Thuli Madonsela, an advocate of High Court of South Africa, globally respected for a role in constitutional democracy. Come on board. We know that you have to leave at 12:30, and we're going to facilitate this panel discussion as fast as possible. Professor Nokuthula, please come back on stage. She's a professor of anthropology and archaeology, PhD from Wits. Dr. Karen Stander, please come on stage. Dr. Karen Stander is a strategic management senior lecturer, the chair of the National Student Financial Aid Scheme Board. Lastly, is Dr. Lehlohonolo Tabane, a registered industrial and organizational psychologist with a PhD in industrial psychology from the University of Pretoria. Please take your seats. We're gonna have this. Colleagues, we've just had a very inspiring keynote from Professor Thuli Madonsela in this panel. We will explore how resilience, authenticity, and inclusion comes to life of these women leaders in their journey. Thank you so much, Prof. Nokuthula, for that befitting response, which is really thought-provoking and inspiring a lot of reflections. Prof. Thuli, Madonsela, let's begin with you. Your career has inspired countless women all over the country. Could you share with us one specific defining moment where your resilience was tested to the core?
Thank you. I would say there's been many defining moments, and they start when I was small. The first one was defying my father, who said when I had completed grade 10, I now had to go and study nursing, and I refused. And I said, as my mom wanted me to, I would complete my education. And of course, from there on, I was homeless. But that helped me in the state capture moment, because I approached that moment understanding that the day I stopped fearing my father and loving him instead was the day I stopped fearing all humanity, but loving people even when they were misbehaving.
Sure.
So that moment just quickly came when, after I'd been to another meeting, and then I found people at a meeting at a lawyer's office. There was about 13 of us. Everyone had already spoken. It's like those cases where the deal has already been struck at the golf course, and you think the meeting is about discussing issues. And so everyone just said to me, it's game over. If you proceed with this case, it will be seen as you trying to step off the stage with glory, making this your stance. So I said to the colleagues, okay, you either let me do it all by myself with mistakes, or we become a village and doing together and come up with a better deal. In Zulu, we say, "Injobo enhle ithungelwa ebandla." So they worked with me, and we did it. But it required a lot of resilience that is obviously based on what I would say leading purposefully.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response, especially taking us back to your childhood and your career. In our context, South Africa, issues like state capture has placed ethical leadership under the spotlight. Women leaders do not just face professional, but also personal attacks, sometimes through the media, sometimes through organizational politics. How do you remain? You've got a very calm demeanor. How do you remain calm when the attacks becomes both public and personal?
Thank you. It really comes from building in fragility, or building an internal robust system through mainly anchoring myself in spiritual intelligence, emotional intelligence, or meditating, praying, forgiving myself and people, and things like that. But I must indicate that I was raised in a calm environment. If there's anybody who's Swati in this room, you would know that Swatis don't like loudness. They just generally soft-spoken. But in my early career, I fought fire with fire at some stage when I was working with birds. And then it took another woman. When we say indlela ibuzokwa phambili, it took Ivy Matsipe Kasaburi to say to me, when somebody disagrees with you, attacking them in person and trying to make them look bad doesn't improve your own argument. In fact, it undermines it. So, as Michelle Obama said, when you speak to people, when they go high, even in personal relationships, when they go high and you lower the volume, they lower the volume. And then they start listening to you more intently. Thank you.
Sure. That's thought-provoking. I thought that deserves a round of applause. Dr. Stander, you were elected the NEFSA's board chair, 18 February 2025. A white woman, issues of intersectionality comes into play. How was your upbringing? And in particular, resilience. I would like to believe resilience did not start when you were appointed, because in this role you are expected to cultivate resilience, because the many futures of many South Africans, most students are black. How do you ensure that you balance the competing demands of government, students, and institutions?
Okay, so I grew up in a small town called Ishawi. It is a very well-known town now. But growing up there, you can quickly see, Prof, that in the absence of education leads to darkness, and it creates a negative feedback loop into society. And that whether you're black or white or what color, doesn't really matter, right? We need to break the poverty cycle. And it's not going to be an easy task, and it's not going to be a task only for black or only for white. If we continue to just see black and white and trying to solve only problems for white people, then I'm not doing anything, and it's the same the other way around. So I think you realize that when you in rural communities and you see how these communities pull together regardless of color to get somewhere.
Sure. Let's hear the industrial psychology aspect of it. Dr. Taban, you straddle both the academic and corporate worlds. In your experience as both an academic, a consultant, what practices have you seen leaders adopt to cultivate resilience in high-pressure business environments? I'm linking it to Dr. Stander. She had to come in and hit the ground rolling.
Okay, hitting the ground running. Okay,
Right.
so thank you, Prof. So some practices that I've observed amongst leaders that contribute to resilience. The first one I'd say is leaders who have a leadership manifesto. So that is an accountability statement that guides the leader's behavior. And with that statement, you're able then to cross-check with the people that you work with. Am I showing up how I intend to show up? And do you actually experience me in the way in which I intend to be experienced? So that's one practice. Another one is a leader that comes to mind. I'm not going to mention names, but this leader typically celebrates the business connections that they have. So you'd see this through WhatsApp appreciation posts, where this person typically would say, this was the event today, this is who came to visit my office, this was the nature of this person's role. So you're appreciating people, your clients, your customers. It's customer relationship management, and it lends itself to sustainability. So it's a sustainable business practice. You keep your people coming. Another one that I've observed is a leader that loves to talk about projects that they were involved in, projects that were successful, and people that they worked with. So the strategy there that I've seen is this leader loves to storytell. And through the stories is able to cement their credibility amongst people. And if you think of resilience, credibility, if you have it, people are likely to listen to you. People allow you to influence them because actually you're quite persuasive. That's another thing. I'm going to say one more that I've noticed amongst quite an interesting leader is that this person says, stop running in the same spot. You need to move forward. And this particular leader loves to say, you know what, it's not about perfection. it's about efficiency. And I think one golden thread through all of these leaders, I've noticed when a project is right in front of you and it's all hands on deck and you're expected to perform, there's almost a temperature change. It's a quick switch and you'll feel it. It gets colder, but the coldness is not one of distance. It just signals to everyone that now work has to be done. And people who have been in such environments will know what I'm talking about. I don't know, I call it an authority aura, but it's there. And it's quite different from experiencing these leaders in a private capacity when the stakes aren't too high, when it's a friendly, relaxed environment. There's a shift that happens. So those are the practices.
Sure, that's an important point. Thank you for that response. Linking back to Dr. Stander's response, Prof. Noktula Sabangani spoke about how we greet women. How are the children doing? You're a mother of 4 beautiful children, and you have to step in and ensure that you deliver and that the impact is transformative. How do, as a woman, keeping in mind with what Dr. Tavanis has said, how do you continue to build resilience without falling into the trap of being very strong? Because we often emphasize women must be strong, and it seems like we're doing double and more than the others. How do you balance that?
I think you need to start, Prof, by not wanting to prove that it's anything to anyone else. I was appointed to turn around NSFAS. I intend to do that, not only for my own children, but for everyone's children. And I think if you take it from a woman's perspective and you take that nurturing, as you said, Prof, towards this, then you tend to keep the softness and in your responses and in approaching the missing middle, Prof, and in understanding that there is a difference between raising 4 kids and the cost associated and raising 1 kid, then you incorporate that, even if it's difficult, into your different criteria where it is. So I do think having the children stops you from trying to be something you are not. And if you keep and hold on to them, that will also keep you soft.
Yeah, sure. The softness of women. And that's also a powerful trait you can use to lead. Let's go to you, Professor Shabangai. Authenticity is often described as the heart of true leadership. Yet sometimes women face the pressure to conform to a masculine way of leading, where even when you question the status quo, you might be found wanting. Much of your work challenges the deeply entrenched systems of thought and power in spaces where questioning status quo can be met with resistance, sometimes hostility. What has resilience meant for you as a woman leader, and how can you sustain it without compromising your convictions?
Thank you. I wrote a PhD at Wits by patrons who wanted to clone me to their own vicissitudes. But then that also taught me to ask whose question, whose agenda, whose world view, whose world sense, whose designs. And I think I cultivated that third space very early on, to the extent that my supervisor, who was the third iteration, said, Noctula, the department says you are not supervisor. I said, yes, Prof, exactly. I am not. I am not. Even today, I ask students with whom I work that I don't supervise. I say, who are you? What do you want of me? Tell me, who are you? What do you want of me? I will tell you, these are my people. Bohlabangana bamhlophe, okwezihlabathi zolwandle, abomagasela gasele njengengonyama. They were there before. Kuthiwa abaqoshi nabafokazana. So I'm not going to, through this lofty platform upon which I sit, and my people again, Abomusi Kamhla, they are both water and fire at the same time. So, you want us to work this PhD journey? Tell me what you want of me. Who are your people? What is your life's question? Forget the methodology. Forget the protocols. Forget the examiner at the end of the road. I was not examinable, but I'm here today. As Black people, I think we need to take seriously that the world has conspired to erase us. And our children, look at them, they are robust. They are robust and do not have existential crisis except through the things that we have normalized. Capitalism and patriarchy and the scarcity that comes from there. So I would say that I always remember watching Osi. I don't need things to define me. I am, and I was before, and I shall continue. While capitalism is tying itself in all sorts of knots, you just have to switch on the TV to know that it is imploding from within. And what do? Do we lend our energy to a dying empire? Or do we rather lend our energy elsewhere? And so the supervisor said, do you really want this PhD? And I said, not if it means that I don't speak. And that's how I've always carried myself, because nothing can ever stand in the way of my breathing and breathing in the way that I know how.
Yeah, sure, that's powerful. Thank you so much. And you're really speaking truth to power on self-awareness. Prof, I'm asking you the last question, Prof. Madonsela, for the day. Have you ever had to choose between authenticity and what was expected of you? And what did you learn from that?
Thank you. I think every day you have to choose between authenticity and being what life expects you to be. One of the earliest things I learned was to live a life that is joyful, you have to discover your purpose. That was through Miles Monroe's writing, if you've read. And another fellow by the name of Ben Vaze said you have to have a life blueprint. So whenever I'm confronted between authenticity and fitting the circumstances, I always resort to what does my life purpose require. So I believe that I'm here for justice, and I don't believe justice must only happen in the courts. I believe it has to happen in the way we deal with each other every day. So, but I do want to move beyond being abstract to being real. That's why I referred to the book I wrote in 2001 about you've got to be authentic to the point that you don't betray your identity, who you think you are, and you don't betray your true voice. But how you convey your message in different circumstances, you have to be tactical. For example, there are women that says, I am angry, I am loud, they have to deal with me. Now, the problem if you're dealing with people who are trained to listen to certain levels of frequency in terms of sound and to attribute authority to certain levels of frequencies with sound. Now, shouting is not going to let them listen to you. So I talk in that book about distinguishing between your strategic gender needs, which is must and you can't compromise, and your tactical gender needs, which is in this circumstance, I will do what I'm required. So one of the things, when I was at Wits, I did a research on traditional leadership. So my freedom is such that, especially when you're younger, is always in jeans. And it's my right, finally, to determine what I want to wear, especially because my father didn't want us to wear pants. But I could then say, the authentic me wants to wear what I want. And then those chiefs don't listen to me. Or I am going to meet them where they are. I lose nothing by dressing in ways that accommodate. So just in ending, I do want to say, for me, if there's something I can leave with women is, I take what Prof has said about resilience, and I do agree that we shouldn't bounce back. In fact, in Tuma, we teach a whole course on epic leadership anchored in agility, in fragility, and resilience. But we define resilience as bouncing forward as opposed to bouncing back. And in life, honestly, if you don't bend, trust me, I'm 62 years old. If you don't bend, if you don't meet life where it is, you are going to break. Trust me, you are going to suffer mental health challenges. And I've learned that yes, be yourself, but this world that says it's my way or the highway doesn't work. The Ubuntu way says, I have space, you have space, we have space. And if you and I are going to thrive, I have to accommodate you a little, you have to accommodate me a little. And my metaphor is, be as strong as a baobab tree, however, be as flexible as a willow tree. The willow tree has survived over time because it dances with storms and the wind to avoid breaking. But it still stands still. Thank you.
Yes. Professor Thuli Madonsela has to leave. Before you leave, we want to thank you. Prof. Lidimo, please come through and render our vote of thanks to Prof. Madonsela.
I apologize, it's another women's event. Actually, they invited me first.
And you chose us first.
Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues. How are you? Good. Prof, before I could appreciate you, I just want to salute our VC, our Vice Chancellor, Prof. Puleng Lenkabula, the Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa, for allowing us as the College of Economic and Management Sciences to host this important session. And we have seen that under her leadership, she has really inspired women and she has given women an opportunity to strive in various leadership. And Prof, we just want to say thank you for honoring our invitation. We are really grateful. We have taken a lot of notes. And I personally, I have noted the importance of being a purposeful leader, and that it's very important to lead with justice, that in everything that we do as leaders, we must strive to be fair and to ensure equity. So we are really grateful for the best practices that you have shared with us, and we are inspired. I hope young and aspiring leaders who want to be, women who are here who want to be leaders, have been inspired and encouraged. Thank you so much, Prof. and best wishes.
A round of applause as Professor Tuli Jones. Right, we continue with the last part of the academic panel discussion. I promise it won't take longer than 10 minutes. I know we are hungry. Dr. Stander, we talked about women bringing different skills in any setting. Some call it soft skills, some call it hard skills, some thrive in a blend of soft and hard skills, some are harder, some are softer. How can women stay authentic in places where being themselves might be perceived as weakness?
I think the first thing is that we must acknowledge that authenticity isn't weakness. I think both the profs touched on that. They both stayed true to themselves throughout their journey. And in the end, that is where their strength came from. So, and I do think also, Prof, that, when you enter a role as the chair of the board, um, it's important, and I always tell people that I'm not the chairperson of NSFAS board. I'm the chairwoman of NSFAS board. It's easy when it's a man to say, oh, it's the chairman, right? Because it's easy and it's so entrenched in our way. And then when it's a woman, they change it. They say, no, now you're the chairperson, now you have no gender at all. Now we're neutral. So, but then you are not neutral, actually, because then you want to take away one very important part of who we are all in this room, obviously, most of us are. We are women first. And that brings a different dimension to the way you see the whole system operates. Now, it's the way that you see these elements that Prof highlighted that NSFAS first, before people have to tell you that the problems are there, you look at the system different. So the authenticity is really, I think that's the...
Yeah, I think that's sufficient. Dr. Tabani, this will be our last question to you. Inclusion goes beyond having women in the room, in executive spaces, in boardrooms. It's ensuring that their voices are heard, their voices and their perspectives truly shapes decisions and make transformative impact. How can women ensure that inclusivity extends beyond representation, that it's not just about the numbers, but there's meaningful participation and decision-making power?
Sure. So I would say that again.
How can having women in the room
Yeah.
not just amplify their voices, make sure that their voices are heard, and actually they shape decisions so that the transformation is impactful? Oftentimes, women have to assert themselves
Yeah.
or be forceful in order to be heard.
Okay, so firstly, you could have a chair at the decision-making table, but not a voice, right?
Yeah.
And there are a lot of sayings that people say. They would say, as long as in the boardroom, make sure that someone is wearing your T-shirt, okay, and you'll be fine. That's not the truth, okay, because you're not in that space. So as a woman, it's very important to advocate for yourself. If there's something that you disagree with, if there's something that you do not like, be able to communicate that for yourself. It's self-advocacy. You can see this very clearly, guys, where you watch the news and there's someone there being interviewed and the interviewer would say something and then the guest will say, no, you're misrepresenting me. People are very quick to say that, and it's very important as a woman to be able to advocate for yourself. Don't simply leave it up to, chance that people are going to be representing you and your needs. In fact, you should be quite wary that you're not invited to certain meetings. Keep your eyes peeled, keep your ears open, and also consider, what does it take for me to be in that room? What is being discussed in that room? Why am I not in that room? Don't just believe that people are going to advocate for you. That's not true.
Sure. Thank you so much. Prof. Labangan, in spaces where women are often expected to champion diversity, and I appreciate what Professor Mlauzi alluded to, that actually the struggle is for both men and women as partners. How can we advance genuine inclusion without being confined to being labeled as the diversity person, the transformation person? I'm a language transformation champion in the college. But how can you really ensure that you are not labeled in a way that challenges power structures?
I deal very poorly with how questions, because how questions, again, take us back to the place that we are trying to run away from. How do I maneuver? How do I make it? How do I become the leader, the one, no one is talking about thriving. No one is talking about accounting to higher stakes than a boardroom. The boardroom is the plantation, colleagues. It has its masters. And when we travail and say we are working, what are you working for, towards, other than surviving? Of course, we have to survive. But beyond surviving, hey, kufanele sibaleke makhosikazi, andizi, andizi, hey, andizi. So, I would say, first year, gender studies, they taught us you add women and you stay. You add them and you stay. And you mute women. Women are muted. Women are talking a lot of things, but as I said, Louis Gordon says, women also want to find themselves in spaces that are not meant for us. And our voices collapse into guttural sounds. So the very idea of inclusion says that the space is small. And I say to Amakosikazi, You know, Jessica Mbangeni epitomized this thing of being large, women at large. I don't know why women are shrinking. I really don't understand. Like shrinking violets. We are not that kind. Truly we are willows. Truly we are baobabs. So even the idea of inclusion, I think we need to, you know, the diversity inclusion thing, even that is a bit, again, speaking to this scarcity. You know, the space is small, yeah? We need to diversify. And I'm saying, let's not diversify anything, colleagues. I'm saying, let's question the very foundations of this scarcity that sees us working, and I don't know who defined work for us, and now we are lending our best selves to this thing of work, when in fact we ought to be working for ideals that our children and our grandchildren and those who were there before us will truly say there was a generation that saw glimpses of what the future may potentially look like, and they leverage that. And so I would say that beyond us being added instead and then trying to appear, we need to perhaps stake our claim by asking questions that men have yet to even fathom.
To answer. Thank you, Prof. Shabangani. Colleagues, this marks the end of the academic panel discussion. I would like to thank you, colleagues, for your contribution. A round of applause.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Prof. Moraka, and your dynamic panel, academic panel, really delving into our theme for today: authenticity, resilience, and inclusive leadership. So I know everyone, probably the stomachs are growling. It is almost lunchtime. I do want to assure you a delicious lunch will almost be ready. In a few minutes, we'll be getting the heads up from our chefs. So just a bit of engagement while we wait. We are promised 1 o'clock, so we do have a 10 minutes just to engage, and I want to hear your voices. In the room, how have you experienced our morning sessions in our Women in Leadership seminar, and what has stood out for you? I am with my co-pilot here, co-director, Dr. Nduna, who is going to move around as well as we get any remarks from the audience. We'd love to hear from you. Anyone? Yes, we've got a lady this side. Fabulous. Please introduce yourself and what stood out for you this morning. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Program Director. My name is Shingi. I am in the finance area. I'm an accountant, or rather I run my own consultation. So I'm my own director, my own boss.
Yay.
Yeah. So I have a question.
Yeah.
Sorry, before I have a question, what stood out for me most? I think everything stood out for me, you know, but mostly the baobab must be strong as a baobab and as flexible as a willow tree. Because I think for myself, I tend to be more of a baobab, but it's not enough.
Yes.
And it doesn't get me, you know, because sometimes I think, you know, especially in my profession, I think being strong and being resilient and all, but sometimes being that willow tree is also resilient enough.
Yeah.
You know, because then I can withstand the storms and the winds. Okay. So I have a question. I think it's, or maybe it's a food for thought, I don't know. But Professor Noctula, you did say that we are a country at war with ourselves. And Professor Mlauzi did give us statistics that are quite painful and quite horrific of the way people are being murdered. He only gave 10 in a month. but I think it's more than that. I'm sure you can allow, prophesy to that to say that, there's more in a month. So my question is, what are we doing, or what can we do as a society or as women to protect the male child from becoming that future monster?
Ooh. Thank you for that. I saw you were taking notes there, Prof. We're going to take about 3 inputs and comments, and then I'll lead to you for a response to that question. Got it? Or that reflection. Anyone else? There we go. Dr. Nduna. Yes.
Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
Victoria Stephanie Springbok. I am not a doctor or professor, but I'm an aspiring doctor on this way. I'm currently an industrial psychologist and a registered psychometrist, still young in the field. And I really want to ask to all our esteemed women within this room, firstly, I am so humbled by this opportunity and to be groomed as a woman, becoming the future leader as well. So I have a question, and this is basically to any one of the panels, what do us as women that is, I don't want to say so small, but it's still so young in essence, and trying to foster getting ourselves into women of leadership, having a seat at the table, but not just a seat, but a voice as well. What strategic tips and tricks are there? Because if I even look at myself and where I come from, the colleagues won't even believe where I found myself in the spectrum of life. And just having to want to progress and being there, what takeaways is there? Because what I like, the nuggets that came out of the session about leadership is the courage to lead as you are without being dictated by others. And it's so difficult, especially in today's world. And I like what the professor has mentioned about this girl and her bold answer. And as I sat here and I thought to myself, I might have also probably been that girl in my rural community where I come from. So I just wanted to know what's that strategic tips and tricks you have for women, especially us that's I'm not going to give my age away, but that hasn't reached the ages of,
still building the career. You're still building the career.
So, yeah, just on that note. Other than that, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Fabulous. Thanks, Victoria. Your question's been noted. And then Dr. Nduna, you're guiding us there.
Hi, everyone. My name is Leah. Yes, I fell into this seminar, and I'm so appreciative.
Yay.
Thank you, the program director. Thank you to the, esteemed speakers as well. The key nugget from today's session has been how leadership, so the type of leader that you become, it's actually a choice more than anything else. And it has to be intentional and deliberate as well. So you just don't show up and say, I'm a leader, and that's it. I liked very much what Prof. Mulawuzi mentioned insofar as the type of leaders that we find today.
Yeah.
And for lack of a better word, I will say they are very toxic to our environment as well. My biggest concern, and Prof. Mulawuzi, with all due respect, the stats that you mentioned, they are just so depressing. And being a Christian, they are very much like reading, the prophets section of the Bible, because it's very depressing.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, I would like to say, perhaps it wasn't for those, a forum necessarily. Don't we need a men's month? Because I, being a mother of boys, my constant concern is I'm not so sure even whether I'm teaching them to be the right males, because whatever, regardless in life, it starts in childhood.
Yeah.
If you look at what we become as females, most often it's what we learned at home, and at some point we have to unlearn. And I'm saying with our boys, what's happening, because I would like to believe that not only the mother can do the job, and yes, they are fathers, and I'm not referring to my husband, other fathers. They are relatively lost. And I'm saying we've been brought up with trauma, and I'm not so sure what kind of empowerment as mothers or as parents and fathers, of course, are we delivering on the boy child? Because, that gender-based violence, it will start with the boy child.
How do we bridge that gap?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. To our panelists, anyone wants to take? We've got, 3 questions that came through. Yeah. Professor.
Thank you. I did say I don't like this position of being the one. And I don't answer questions, I respond. Because saying that I answer questions means that I agree with the question and then I have the answer. And I'm saying I don't agree with the questions, but still I will respond. Yes, indeed. But we are still here, aren't we? Yes. Still here. Yeah? There was COVID, there was slavery, there was everything. And we are still here. And I think we do this very deep-seated, very robust, very rich notion of being abantu, just injustice. By only, I would really challenge everyone to really go back and ask, kuyini ubuntu? Huba motho ke eng? This motto, that spirit of always prevailing, of being able to balance being a baobab and looming large, being a willow that does this in the storm, and being maybe a bit lean when it comes perhaps to our boy children. So I really do not have answers to how questions, but I have perhaps an antidote to the questions that keep stirring about the trauma that we know we are all about. My antidote really is to say, when we truly come to terms with the idea of what it is ukuba umuntu, that allows us to maneuver, that allows us to stand when we need to stand, because we are listening to inimba, that voice that doesn't lie, the one that is not performing at work, the one that abantu. And there's a whole science to that, colleagues. There's a whole science. That's why I'm saying that after my PhD, I unlearned all the nonsense and relearned something else. The pineal gland, how the science of being umuntu, the one who resonates with the sun, the one who is one with the waters, the one who is one. I told you that my people are both water and fire. And I think when we are at ease with ourselves, with the fact that we are traumatized, it's not a secret and it's not new. But I would also say that Ubuntu is both a state of being in absolute stillness with the things that matter, but also in absolute agitation with the things that matter, and knowing how to be. And hopefully the infrastructure will allow us to
Powerful.
do those things that we need to be.
Powerful.
That's why I'm saying that let's undermine the infrastructure from which we are trying to stand, upon which we are trying to stand, because it is moving, it is concrete, it does not bear flowers. In fact, I will give you something. So this guy said, yes. This guy said, watinda abafazi, what do women say? Watinda imbogo, watinda abafazi. And then he asks, yini imbogodo? Do we know yini imbogodo? Do we truly know yini imbogodo? Who can tell me what is imbogodo? We were taught. Watinda abafazi, watinda imbogodo, fervut uzofa. Watinda abafazi, watinda imbogodo, fervut uzofa. We were at war. Are we still at war? At that level, even today? And he further went to say, of course, you strike a woman, you strike a boulder. The ones who are standing and say, I'm busy.
Thank you.
I'm not going to tell you who you are. I'm not going to tell you who your father is. I'm not going to tell you, and try me. So again, Imbogoto, being Imbogoto does not allow us to be willows. But more than that, and this is the coup de grace. When you throw Imbogoto lapaya, you come back after 10 years, it is still there.
Yes.
Akuhlumanga nix, akuna budla, akuna blom, akuna anything. So again, I'm challenging you, Bafazi. Ask the questions, not only of the greetings, but of the slogans as well.
Oh, thank you, Prof. Thank you. Prof, I'm going to invite you to my podcast. You have a well of wisdom to share, and we need to dissect tips around what are the things that women can do if one is building their career that they're not aware of. The question that came from Victoria there. Anyone wants to answer this? Yeah. Unconscious, yeah.
So, Victoria. Okay, so something you can do, every woman should do, I also do it myself. You need to build your dimensionality. And what I mean by that is, we have a work identity and we have our own personal identity. But you as a woman need to be able to point to things that you're able to do, point to things that you're good at. Okay, something that you can run away to when things get difficult at work. And I say this because as psychologists, there's a concept called occupational enmeshment. And this is when your personal identity gets very entangled with your work identity. Now, you can be a woman in an organization that is a toxic organization, but you're really good at your job, okay? And so that toxicity could end up pouring into your self-concept. So it makes sense to have things, your dimensionality out there, something separate from your professionalism that is restorative for you. So it's very important, okay? We're not just a brain, right? We're not just one-dimensional.
Oh, thank you. Be multidimensional as a woman. Thank you for those insights. And then the men, your viewpoints around that, a spotlight, as much as we're developing women in leadership, how do we raise the young boys? Prof, are you gonna? Okay, we've got Karen there. Go for it. Yeah, your opinion. Yes. Go for it.
Okay, so Prof said earlier, I've got 4 kids.
4 children, yeah.
So 2 are boys and 2 are girls.
Yes.
So, and it's important to know that I don't take my son's food and give it to the girls to eat and leave them without.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's not what we do. So, and it comes to redress, right? I can't change the girls' lives by taking what boys need to go. So we need to look, and if I do this over my own experience, look at what each of them need and look at how do we grow girls to be resilient in a society, but also grow boys to know that they are not worth less. Girls exist, because then they just get angry because now we just try to turn the scales. Let's grow them together and give each of them the amount of food that they need.
Oh, thank you for that, Karen. Yes, round of applause. Prof, anything you would like to add on that?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think the manner in which we socialize has quite some profound impact on young people. If we raise children from day one, because the first person who makes contact with a child, if we take away science, it would be the mother. She's able to talk to the child before the child is even born. And when the child is born, those values are instilled from that point. What do we do as society to help these children to grow and be responsible adults? The first value is to respect human for who they are, not because they are male or female. That's where it starts. That level of respect goes a long way to create people who are responsible. Issues of roles might come in at a later stage, but if children grow up knowing that they are human beings and they need to be treated all equally, if you go back to the value systems that we had as African people, where children were raised by communities, that seemed to have worked well because parents who are in the neighborhood were able to rein in children and start doing things that are not correct. But we've become so nuclear in our families today. We don't even want to live with our, their grandparents. We park them somewhere and we move to other places, and we think we best to raise them on our own. That curricula that I spoke to, indigenous curricula still resides with our, foremothers. Those grandmothers, they are the ones who keep these kids in checks. But what we see today manifesting in our corporate space is the outcome of how we've socialized children. They've become so self-centered, and they don't care about anybody next to them as long as success is for them. But if you are raised in an environment that, uphold values of collectivism, the first thing you would think about when you become a teenager is that I am a mortal body. And before I pass on, what would I be remembered for?
Sure.
If you are assuming the role as a leader in a space where you are, whether it's politics or it is in business, that role is an important role for growth of others. It is not an important role just for yourself. Think about your own demise. You can be appointed as CEO today and a week later you're gone. What do we do with the opportunities we are granted of growing capacity, especially on the side of women? Because we are at the receiving end of all these kinds of systems that were designed to create us to be something else. And I think it is high time that when we engage with children right from onset, we enable them to understand that they are human beings and they are beings that need to add value to society. Some of the problems we are facing today are occasioned by children in our neighborhood that we know they've lost parents. Yeah. And we let them to be destitute. What are you expecting? They're the ones who are going to stand in the corner at night. But if you help extend that olive branch and we raise these children as a collective, we might start making inroads into some of these problems. Those of us who are in corporate environment where there are opportunities, think about these vulnerable people. You extend that helping hand to one vulnerable family, it's going to be an extension to others, because they start to appreciate that even though they don't have anyone to care for them, they belong to a particular, community, and that community cares for them. Thank you.
Powerful, powerful, powerful. So we are almost reaching the end of our first segment, and right now I want to hear from someone. Our theme for today is about really leading with resilience, authenticity, as well as inclusive leadership. Having heard what you've heard this morning from our various speakers, how will you lead with resilience, authenticity, as well as inclusive leadership? Anyone willing to share? What is the commitment that they are going to make coming out of today's seminar so far around how they will be committed to lead with resilience, authenticity, as well as inclusive leadership? Anyone? A brave soul. There we go. Dr. Nduna had a hand up there. She was the first one I saw. The first one I saw. There we go. Please introduce yourself and share that commitment. This is not just a seminar for the purpose of being a seminar. We also want to have actionable results that come out of today.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Dr. Betty Poshia-Mapala from the Department of Industrial and Organizational Psychology.
Yeah.
The question that you asked is for all of us to accept who we are
Yes.
That's the first, I think they've been talking about it. Then accept others. And why I'm saying accept others is the fact that if you look at entry-level young people that are coming into the workplaces,
Yeah.
they come with different expectations.
Mm.
And unfortunately, they end up having multiple personalities. I call it multiple personalities because they get assimilated into what is happening. They are not allowed to be themselves. And I'm sorry to say,
yes.
We used to call it they make tea. We cannot have people who are coming in to make tea.
Yeah.
They are our competitive advantage. So the University of the land, the people that we have now, I'm saying our competitive advantage is our young people. So we should be mentoring them. And then from our own core values as women, not what we have adopted from the workplace to survive and look at the basic needs. It's all about how do we actually enforce and make sure that everyone is valued within the workplace. But the issue of people having multiple personalities, it's a concern, it's a problem. I've been preaching about it all the time. Your mother doesn't know your personality at work, not at all, right? Doesn't know. So your mother would end up saying, that's not Kelebogile that you're talking about. Because you've learned what other people are doing and what other people are doing wrong and thinking is right because it's the normal way. So we need to wake up.
Oh, powerful. Dr. Portia, yes, round of applause. Dr. Portia, please can you join me on stage? You had the first hand up when I asked for the commitment. So join me on stage, join me on stage. I have something for you. We always have something under our sleeves when it comes to women in leadership development. So round of applause. Yay, yay. Come this way. And this is a spot prize for you for showing up and being so brave, eh? Yes. This is for you. Congratulations. Yay. Great, let's do a picture there. Yes, fantastic. And over there. Well done.
Please allow me to do something odd.
Yes.
I need somebody that I'm mentoring to come and take.
Who are you mentoring? Dr. Nduna. Oh my goodness. A picture there. Yeah. Oh, this is what we are talking about. Powerful. Dr. Nduna, don't leave me. Stay here with me. Okay. This is what we are talking about, women. Collaboration. There's room for all of us. You know, when the prof was talking about the testosterone leadership at times, we see that permeate with women, where they lead with aggression because now they hold leadership position. And our objective is really, how do we create room for others? So very, very well done to you, and well done to you for also being open to learn. You know, the path of leadership is a journey of learning and unlearning. So before we close off our first segment, I do want to call up our panel members who came up. We're really just also, please, all the panel members who are here, please, can you come up? All of our panel members. Yes, panel members, join us. Unisa has something really good for you as well. Unisa is here. Who's assisting me, team? Yes, for our panel members, we do want to thank you as we close off our first segment. I promise you. You know, there's a difference when people say, I'm hungry, and then there's, I'm hangry. You know that difference? Like, hangry is merged with anger. So we are working on it, team. Yes. This is just a token of appreciation to all our panel members. Yes. There's a token of appreciation for you. Yes. Hey. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Prof. Lidimo there.
So much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Fabulous. Oh,
and Dr. Van Spande.
Yes. Oh, she stepped out. Okay. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Let's give them another round of applause. Whoa. What a dynamic morning we have had. It has been an absolute honor and joy hearing from all of you some of the reflections that came through this morning. The reflections don't stop, right, Dr. Nduna?
Not at all.
Not at all, because we are about to go for lunch. And in classic Women in Leadership Development, we really encourage that during our lunch break, you connect, you network, you meet a fellow colleague, maybe from another department, another division you haven't engaged with before. Please engage and connect with them. So, the first morning, we have unpacked a lot about leading with resilience, authenticity, and inclusive leadership. For over a decade and a half, almost going into 11 years, I've been honored to do a lot of work within women in leadership development. Just last month, everyone who's with me, just last month in July, I was doing work in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. And some of the challenges we've spoken about today, one thing I know for sure, they are not unique to us here at Unisa. These are African challenges that women across the various borders and spheres of this continent face, and even at times global challenges. My question to each and every one of you, this morning we've unpacked them. Sometimes those challenges emanate from internally that we face, that hold us back from leading with that courage, fighting for that justice that Professor Madonsela spoke about. Sometimes the challenges are organizational, sometimes they are historical, talking about our history and where we come from, or even at times they come from our society and our cultural expectations. My challenge to each and every one of you is we see it. We see the challenges. What will you do about it? And for me, I believe each and every one of us in this room need to cultivate a skill set that I'm deeply passionate about. And that is to be brave as women. Bravery for me is moving forward even when your heart is beating and you ask yourself, is this relevant for me to ask this question? Can I challenge the status quo? Can I raise my hand for that opportunity for promotion that I so deeply desire to make an impact in the department that I'm working with? When you see wrong that is happening, do you keep quiet? I challenge each and every one of you today as we lead with that resilience that's within us, that has been given to us as Professor Doctor mentioned there, that women are the most resilient people in this earth. May we tap into that resilience. May we know ourselves. May we trust ourselves. And most importantly, may we be brave. And as we are brave, may we hold the hand of another and say, come. Here's the opportunity. Here is what is available. I'm looking forward to what is next after lunch. Dr. Nduna, in the spirit of true collaboration, you will be spearheading our afternoon segment. And what can our women and gentlemen in the room look forward to?
Kipilwe, it also just ties in on what just you said.
Yeah.
We will be now unpacking, we are resilient, but are we intentional leaders? Because it doesn't help just us talking about it. You have to be intentional. So in the next session, we will be unpacking, we'll have a panel discussion of business leaders, and we will be touching on intentional leadership, how we move around the systems, how do we ensure that we open doors for others, how do we make sure that indeed we rise with others and not just alone. And it also touches on the leaderships that Prof. Laudzi touched on, to say how do we actually guard against that and be intentional to ensure that women are empowered. So we're looking forward to that discussion, and we promise you that it will be a feast indeed.
Oh, an exciting lineup in store and maybe some spot prizes up for grabs as well. You never know what can happen here at Unisa. So ladies, look out. You don't want to miss it. I'm getting the thumbs up that lunch is ready. So we do have 2 serving stations. Can I kindly ask that we move to the lunch area in an orderly fashion? There is more than enough for all of us. So we will move table by table, no particular order, just for you to all replenish yourselves and have lunch, and then everyone back. What times can we?
or should I take this?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start with our second session. If we can please make our way. It's 13:58 and we intend to start exactly at 2 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can please just be seated. We are about to start in a minute actually, so that we are able to miss the afternoon traffic. You see? We have to keep the logistics in mind. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. The time is 2 o'clock on my watch, and it's the beginning of our second session. My name is Dr. Lisedin Bruna, and I am from the Department of Applied Management in the Camps College. Very welcome, and thank you so much for staying with us during this session. This afternoon, we continue with our journey, focusing on intentional leadership, as I already have indicated. And we're going to have a panel discussion. We are privileged to be joined by women who embody this ideal, innovators, entrepreneurs, and academics. Their work is really shaping industries and influencing policy and mentoring the next generation of leaders. And so it is my honor to invite our moderator, who's already seated, Ms. Mandisa Nkwanyana, the president of the Business Women's Association of South Africa, to lead us into this powerful conversation along our distinguished panelists. Thank you, Ms. Mandisa.
Thank you. Thank you, it's Dr. Mkhize, right? Nduna. Yes, there's so many doctors. I must remember, I met Dr. Mkhize yesterday. Thank you so much, Dr. Nduna. Good afternoon, ladies. Good afternoon to our esteemed Professor Nthabi Singh, who through the VC and through Professor Mulaudzi have allowed the Business Women's Association to be part and parcel of this inaugural Women in Leadership Seminar. So just briefly, my name is Mandisa Nkwanyana. I am the president of the Business Women's Association of South Africa. And to do it justice, because I know I get on these platforms and I freestyle, I would like to just let you know about our organization and how it lands as part of this formidable institution in South Africa. So 2 seconds, there we go. So the Business Women's Association at its genesis was birthed out of Unisa, one of our founding mothers who ended up starting the Executive Women's Club, Ms. Troida Prickel, did her master's dissertation on women in leadership in South Africa. This is 1978-79. In 1978. In 1979, she was shortlisted to receive a gold medal from Unisa for the work that she did in her dissertation. As you understand the context of the country then, where women were, regardless of race, color, or creed, women were not seen as leaders leaders in business. They were not seen as leaders in corporate, if you will. And there's an article where she shares that when she was interviewed for winning her medal, they asked her that, does she believe that women's non-participation in business is linked to the fact that their husbands play a lot of rugby? I don't know where the linkage is. And her response was that she can't comment on that because it doesn't link to her dissertation. The headlines on the Sunday thereafter said, Troida Prekel says women can't participate because they don't have time. Their husbands are busy playing rugby.
Wow.
So the genesis of the Business Women's Association is really, really about giving women agency, giving women reminding us of the agency that we possess, reminding us of the voices that we were given, reminding us of the power that doesn't come from anywhere else except in us. So the association was then founded in the 80s, really an amalgamation of 3 different organizations. One, the Executive Women's Club, another being the National Association of Women in Business, and also the Professional Women's Leadership Development. In its current construct as the Business Women's Association, we were renamed in the year 2000 with the amalgamation of these 3 women's bodies. But over the past 45 years, a lot of interventions have been done in the marketplace, specifically in the context of leadership. What does leadership look like? What does boardroom leadership look like? Where are women when we're talking about middle management, senior management, executive management? And what are we doing to agitate for that change in the marketplace? On the side of business, it's also, again, how do we, as an association that represents women in business, take these voices, take these grievances forward to corporates, to government, to say we need to see step change for women. In terms of business, one thing that we did a lot of advocacy for is the minimum 40% set aside for women in business, which government has adopted. But I have a challenge with how government reports on 40 to 60% of procurement towards women-owned businesses, because we all know that CIPC data doesn't truly reflect who owns, who leads, and who manages those businesses. There are many women who are registered as CIPC. They drive Porsches, they hang out with their kids. They have no idea what's happening in this business that, according to the data, they own. So then it really needs us as academia, as civil society, as government, to really start looking at, when we say that the numbers are growing, who is really on the inside of those numbers? Because we might find that we're saying 21% of businesses are owned by women, but when we do the real dipstick research and find out who really is on the other side deciding on what happens to this organization, who leads, whose voice determines what this organization does, we might find the numbers are much, much smaller. So that's the work that we do in the marketplace. And I'd like to go back to what Professor Hlabangani said, is that I've spoken about the history of the association, the foundational principles of why we still exist in 2025. But in my tenure as president, my vision and my mission is to ensure that we don't just have these forums and we talk and we go back and we still have these forums to talk again. What we have now developed as an association, on the one hand, is giving power to our members. We've developed a membership platform that, on the one hand, needs to cut off all the unnecessary knowledge finding missions. What I mean by this, as an entrepreneur, I've spent many a moments in ESD training sessions, and they're telling me things that I know. I've been a marketer for 21 years. I sit in a session with a training facilitator who's telling me about marketing, and I'm looking at her and thinking, Honey, that's not how it's done. So what we want to do with the platform is all the knowledge that women can read, understand, and use for themselves is to load it on that platform so that when we have live engagements, we are going deep into the business to say, where is the problem? How do we fix it? Which areas do you need to fix the problem? How do we close that gap so that we start seeing the real change that we want to see when we talk about women in business? So I won't take too long in introducing the BWASA. You can follow us on our website if you want to find out more information. But I think essentially I just wanted to cement why we are here today, why we want to partner with academia in honestly looking at the research, but at the same time, academia getting an understanding from lived real life experiences of people that are on the ground facing the many challenges, overcoming them in their own way based on what they've learned and understand in their industries. So that is me. And one last thing, I'm also a woman in business myself. I used to run an organization called Rubik's Media Holdings up until September 2025. No, not there yet. We're not in September yet. Until end of July 2025, Rubik's has recently partnered with a global agency, Nucleus Media, as partner to expand our footprint and expand our offering into other markets. So that is what I do 9 to 5 when I'm not spending time advocating for women and ensuring that in this time frame that we have, that we are given, maybe I'll be here in the next 45 years, I don't know, but in the time that we have, what changes can we do collectively to ensure that the ones that come before us, and not just the girls, the young boys and the young girls that come behind us are able to find a country that they can find expression in. So that is us. So this afternoon, we are joined by amazing entrepreneurs who will share their perspective of today's overarching theme, but specifically also hone in on the theme for our particular panel, which is around the concept of power, access, and inclusion, and really talk about their lived experiences in the marketplace, and also start throwing ideas to some of the doctoral students in the room to say which other areas do we need to dig deeper in, which other areas do we need to look at in a different strategy so that we can start seeing the change that we want to see. So on my panel, I'll introduce them themselves because I don't want to do any dishonor to how they'd like to share their story. But on the panel, I have with me Dr. Riabetsi Kgorong. Did I get it right? Yes, I'm Zulu, by the way. So we're joined by Dr. Riabetsi Kgorong, who is the CEO of the Regenesis School of Entrepreneurship. We are also joined by Ms. Nkateko Khoza, who is the CEO of Zana Investments and also the chairperson of the National Mentorship Movement. We're also joined by Ms. Devaksha Maharaj, who is the founder and MD of Ikigai Engineering, an organization that is heavy in the renewables and hydro energy space. So, I talk, so I'll give you 2 minutes, just to share, and then we'll get into our conversation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm very glad to be in these types of engagements. I'm an electrical engineer by training, and more often than not, I'm always either in the server room or underground, and I don't necessarily get to engage with a lot of people. So I'm very pleased to be here today because the topic that we're discussing today, especially in my area or area of speciality, there's very minimal engineers. And even the few minute who end up being CEOs or at the top of the food chain in mining industry. So I'm really encouraged by having to come to such forums to even see how other streams are actually honing, opening the door for the next generation and making sure that female representation continues to be at the top of agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Nkateko Khoza. So I'm the CEO of Zana Investments, which is actually a family office that has various holdings in different businesses. And part of what we do is, as a family, we run businesses. So quite passionate about family business, about legacy and sustainability of businesses that we do create. So what we do in our family business, we've got part of the business which is hospitality, where we've got 8 lodges in Mpumalanga and Gauteng, which we've been running since 2009. And then we also delve into farming. We do avocado farming in Mpumalanga. So we also export avocados from our farm and 14 other farmers in the area in Hazyview, in a place called Kipasol. So we're the 3rd biggest exporter of avocados from South Africa into Europe, and we've been doing that since 2007. We also run a private equity fund. So in that fund, we've run 2 funds since 2016. Fund 1, where we raised about 350 million and invested that in 8 different businesses. And we're now in Fund 2, where we're sitting at around 290 million that we've so far invested into 4 different businesses, which are underpinned by technology. So technology and education, edutech, technology and finances, fintech. Those are the kind of businesses that we delve into and invest in. And then lastly, we also are into, myself, I'm also into mentorship. So I believe it's not chairperson, it's the chairwoman of the National Mentorship Movement. So I was very excited to see the mentorship relationship that was shared here in front of us. So it's very important for us as business persons, as academics, as people that lead in this country, that we make sure that we become mentors to others that want to be like us. So the mentorship movement was established in 2015, and in 2016 it started in earnest, and the wish there was to co-opt 10,000 mentors, and with that have 100,000 mentees. We're still busy with that journey. I'm hoping that at some stage we'll get to 1 million mentees and 100,000 mentors, because there are so many of us here today. So the mentorship movement wants to be the standard and the platform for mentorship across South Africa. So we want to make sure that we partner with others that are doing the same. We want to mentor from the level of matriculants all the way to executives, which is what we're currently doing. So at all levels, state-owned enterprises, private companies, where we run mentorship programs within corporates, as well as SOEs as needed. So quite passionate about that. Got my hands full, but still soldiering on, and so excited to be here today. And specifically, I was so proud when the panel of professors was sitting here to see the kind of talent that we have in this country. So I want to just congratulate the ladies that were here and the ladies that are part of Unisa and this establishment. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, everybody, and thanks, Mandisa, for inviting me to the panel. To follow in the footsteps of these phenomenal women is a bit difficult, but so the long and short of it, I run an engineering consultancy called Ikigai Engineering. We are in the energy and renewable energy space, also including maintenance and installation. And of recent, or well, not of recent, in the last 2 years, we started bringing in a lot of capacity building and training. And I found the skills gap during our engineering projects, and I founded an NPO called Onati Training Academy, and that's running headstrong now. In a lot of the townships, we are busy with a lot of capacity building in townships, specifically in the solar PV space, and delving and introducing in entrepreneurship and business skills into that. So a lot of soft skills into that. And I'll get into that as we proceed along the questions that Mandisa has posed for us. So yeah, that's me. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. I think just in the interest of time and to ensure that everyone is attentive in the room, what we essentially want to do with this panel is tie it back to some of the conversations that were had this morning. I mean, there was conversations around authenticity, being resilient, and what that really means for us as women in business, as the next generation of your mom Glorias and your mom Mang and your mom Mangmas. So for us, I want to start at that particular point and throw it to you, Nkateko, specifically when we're looking at rural communities and what happens in that space, and your family having done a lot of work within that environment. What would you say, in terms of your work in rural investment, what is a powerful example of inclusive leadership, right? Because when you look at a rural society in comparison to an urban society, there are very, very different nuances, very different thinking. So give us an example of what you believe is inclusivity and what that looks like in that space. Thank you.
So I think, Mandisa, with that question, I will take it to the hospitality space. I think hospitality is actually the easiest place to start because you can get into hospitality with just the intent and attitude of what you want to achieve. So we take on young people, we train them up, we have interns that come into our establishment. We try to make sure that we include the people in and around their communities where we are established. One of our hotels has a curio shop. With that, we look at ladies that are doing crafts, that are doing reading, that are sewing, and we make sure that we have their ways in our curio shop. We partner with individuals that are doing open view vehicle businesses where they take people on safari into the Kruger. Because we are in hospitality, we partner with them to take people into those establishments. We partner with people that are doing hobbies such as whitewater rafting, such as quad biking. So we make sure that we bring in all the activities and include them as part of our offering. As our guests come in, these activities allow people to actually stay longer, spend more, which is what we need. And we also work with the MTPA, which is the Mpumalanga Parks and Tourism Authority, to say what is it that we can do as a player in this space to make sure that we're creating the opportunities, bringing in the interns, bringing in other businesses that work with us. We work with even cultural groups, not far from where we have a business in Graskop. We've got a Shagan village. There's a chief that has these 7 wives. They stay in this village, and that is a tourist attraction. We send people there to say, go and see how the Shagan people live. And then make sure that people are retaining and honoring their culture. And that becomes an attraction for our tourists that come in. And we need to make sure that we cherish that, and people must understand that that in itself is a business. So in terms of inclusion, we look at various ways that we can bring people in and partner with them. And people that are good, we recommend to other partners within the hospitality space to grow the pie. So that's what we do in terms of inclusion. And another area that we also participate in is in commercial property development, where we look at rural and township developments, where we do mixed-use developments. So right now we're working on a smart city in Mpumalanga called Acon City on a 50-hectare piece of land. And on that piece of land, there will be all sorts of businesses. You'll have retail, you have schools, you'll have a hospital, you'll have offices, you'll have showrooms, you'll have light industries, you'll have wholesale. So with the light industries, what we're trying to do is create a place where entrepreneurs can come and grow their business from. So we've partnered with a company called CoSpace, which actually helps to build these 300 units of businesses where businesses can come and run from there, where you pay month to month. In terms of the commitment as a business, you don't have to sign a 5-year lease. You grow with your business. And the people that are in there, you've got people that are technicians, you've got engineers, you've got people that are sewing, you've got everything that is consumed by the community. So we're saying, what can we do to create smart cities such as that? So that people are not running away from the rural areas. We are including them in the economy. People that want to go and shop, they must shop where they live. You must shop, play, work where you live. And in doing that, we're creating opportunities. Within the very same space, we've got a digital learning center as well as a contact center, creating even more opportunity for the youth coming in and expanding the digital and also minimizing the digital divide. So by calling it a smart city, making sure that as we build it, it will have the fiber built into that space from the get-go. It's not a case of, okay, what are we going to do about access to Wi-Fi and data? So yeah, that's what we're doing to make sure that people in communities other than the metros get included into the community.
Thank you, Katoka. And I think what you've highlighted for me, which I'm also going to throw to Dr. Ria after this, is when organizations, and we're talking about an organization currently not listed on the JSE, but when you build an organization with the intention of driving real impact and change, already in the way you build businesses, look into commercial investments, you have that impact-driven investment at the back of your mind. So Dr. Ria, someone who spent a lot of time in boardrooms, in board meetings, rising up the ranks, how have you allowed your true authenticity to shine through in those spaces, regardless of what the corporate culture, organization, leadership wants the business to drive, but ensure that you are able to impact the people that you service?
So my first role as an executive, I was 26 years old. Group Exco at SA Breweries, South African breweries. I'm young, I'm skinny, I'm brown, and I'm a girl. The first meeting that we had, there were 11 of us. Of the 11, 10 were white, middle-aged men, and then I was number 11. Everybody in that meeting assumed that I am the PA, the personal assistant. So they get in and they start giving me instructions. No, please, can you make sure the agenda moves like this and this happens? So at that moment, that was a very defining moment for me. At that moment, I had a choice. I could either be aggressive or I could be relaxed and teach the 10 men in the room a very simple lesson. You do not necessarily judge people based on how they look. It was a very uncomfortable meeting for all of them because when the meeting started, I stood up and I had to explain to them who I am, what it is I do here. And as a matter of fact, the gentleman sitting on my left is my PA. So that taught me humility. That also taught me that I do not have to change myself and mimic the testosterone, yeah, that word, that is in the room and meet people fire with fire. That also enabled me to learn and unlearn. So fast forward to 2022, I am at the peak of the food chain. I run 4 mines. I part own these mines, coal mines in Mpumalanga. I part own a company that's listed on the French Stock Exchange, and we own 51% of this business in China. And then, because the markets were right and ripe, I was able to sell 3 of these businesses and make enough money to enable me now to go and do what really I feel matters to me. So I'm newly inaugurated as the head of the School of Entrepreneurship at Regenesis. And what I've learned throughout this journey is that inclusivity is critical. When you have a diverse team of men, of women, of old and young, you are well balanced. I typically want to employ people that are smarter than me, that are more agile than me, who work harder than me. I've never found one that work a little bit harder than me. I'm a workaholic, but I always try and find people who work harder than me, who are smarter than me, because I tend to raise my level. So now that I'm in I want to say the second phase of life, I want to see impact in now grooming these businesses. I'm quite aggressive in making sure that corporate South Africa shows up. So the likes of Toyota, Huawei, business partners, and Axis Bank are some of our strategic partners that bring money so that we can have a sustainable ecosystem of building entrepreneurs and making sure these entrepreneurs build institutions and they can scale and we can employ more people. So I did not need to mimic the men in the room. I have more secret weapons, which is humility. Sometimes, you know, when you're a wife, when I get out of here and the stilettos are off, I wear a duke and don't touch. Yeah, it don't touch. And I go to rural KZN, and I'm okay being in that space and being a Makoti, a daughter-in-law, and submissive to that system. Those end-to-end type of human being enables you to know when to be a boss, also to know when to be okay when somebody thinks you're a PA and not feel offended. But then at the end of the day, you get to be the best version of yourself.
Absolutely wonderful. I'm not showing it, don't touch though, KZN, but but that's the other thing, right? You need to be authentic to yourself. Dr. Ria's story is hers, and it's really pulling that. Who are you, and how do you protect and tell people who you are? So you touched on a critical part, and I want to throw it back to Devashka. Resilience and allowing entrepreneurs to be supported. Devashka runs a whole business in a sector that is not welcoming to women, but a sector that women need to participate and partake. I mean, Prof. Madonsela spoke in the morning about we are being left behind in STEM, in digitization, in many areas where women need to be part of the conversation. So Devashka, from your perspective, in all the descriptions, and I'm sure you can go even further than me, but founding, and I think even beyond, before founding, deciding even to go into engineering, and then even going further and starting a business in the sector, what have been the personal areas where you've had to pull in that resilient spirit so that the business can find itself, find expression, and still grow in the marketplace? Yeah.
Okay. So Dr. Ria talks about being labeled as a PA a few years ago. Mine happens on a daily basis. The minute I walk into a boardroom or on a site visit, they rightfully assume that I'm there to help somebody. And I let them be, and I let them talk, and I provide input. And when I provide input, the reaction on their faces says it all, especially if you're on a site with white old age men. They don't understand that we also had opportunity. We had difficult opportunities in getting where we are, but we had opportunity and we made the best of that opportunity. So I had a bursary. I came from an underprivileged home, the usual story that gets us to where we are. But it taught me to be humble and not to want to boast my qualifications and put myself out there in a very humble way. And when they start to hear you talk, then they understand, okay, she comes with an educated background. She understands what we're talking about. So I'm also an electrical engineer, but obviously along the way, my path changed. I got into a company, got into a toxic situation, and realized that being a woman, you can have an engineering degree, a doctorate, whatever, you labeled as a woman in any sector that you at. You labeled as being weak. And I could not stand the fact that this toxic environment was consuming me. It was consuming my family. I was a new mom at that stage, and I walked out of that situation trying to figure out who was I, trying to follow this career path that was labeled for me by my parents and society, and saying that you're following this is where you're going to be. You're going to be a CEO one day. Why could I not be a CEO of my own dreams? And that's, if you understand what Ikigai is, it's a Japanese concept. So I sat down and I looked at what does Ikigai is. There's 4 predominant questions of Ikigai. Where does that feature in my life? And that's where 9 years ago I started Ikigai engineering. So the engineering behind that was not losing me and realizing that, you're hungry for work. You started this consultancy. I had to stop back at times and think, who was I? Why did I start this? And I walked away from clients. And my spouse, who's absolutely supportive, I mean, our male allies are who gets us into these rooms, right? Absolutely supportive to me, kept saying, stand your ground. If you feel that something is not genuine, walk away. It doesn't matter what, it could be millions in a contract. If it's not true to what you believe in, walk away. And I did that. And over the years, I earned a reputation of standing up and being able to participate in these conversations because of my authenticity, because I was resilient. The business went through COVID, which was, as we all know, extremely tough times. But what happened during COVID? Everybody was working from home. So I took advantage of that and I said, listen, installation team, we need to go out to these houses and we need to put residential solar in there, because everyone was working from home and we were still experiencing interruptions in our electricity. So we took opportunity out of a difficult situation and we rose above that. And that's what you need to be. Resilience for me meant me working and reworking what I needed and then putting that output to my employees or to my colleagues and making sure that they had a vision and they understood where the business was going. So that's how resilience was actually impacted in the business itself.
Thank you, Dewa. I'm looking at Doc there, who's winking at me already. But I think just to bring it back and wrap it up, we won't go through all the questions we had exhausted. Our panels specifically, because right now we just touched on the overarching theme of the seminar. But what I really wanted to get out of you ladies and to share with the audience and the doctoral students in the room is really what does rewriting the rules of power, access and legacy mean for us, right? There's research that's been done, but as we know, research is normally backwards looking. What does the future look like? The panelists spoke at length this morning about not just, regurgitating historical stories, all this wonderful accolades. In the next 45, 50, 70 years, from your perspective as women in business, from your perspective as people that can see the quick solutions that other people can apply, can see the midterm solutions, what would you define as the rebuilding of power, legacy, and access? For me, personally, just to wrap it up, I spoke at an event at Old Mutual on Monday, and the dictionary definition of power is the ability and the capability to do something. Please pick up that cup for me, Ma, at class. Yes, wave it in the air. That's power. The ability and capability to do something. And I'm going to throw it back to Rita, who joined us this afternoon, in a sense that we are guilty as women's organizations of driving a narrative that when you join BOSA, we are going to empower you and power. I can't give you something you already have. I can help you unlock and remember it. Power is not something that we can pour in a glass and buy it, Pick and Pay. You already have it. So from you ladies that run phenomenal businesses, what does, rewriting the rules of power look like to you in your businesses, in this country that we live in, so that we can see the changes that we deliberated mostly on this morning?
That's a tough question, but a very good question. For me, once women understand that failing is okay, once you know that I can try something and then I fail and it's okay, then I'm going to try again and then fail again and it's okay, and then you try for the 100th time, and then at 999.999, then the light bulb is born. Once we know and we understand that failure is part of our journey, we're going to start thinking about power and all of these lovely words differently. Currently, we are so petrified of failing. So petrified of failing because we have got these standards that are theoretical that we've put out there that used to always eke me. In my younger years, my mom's friends would ask, when are your daughters getting married? Especially this old one. She's too much, this one. When are the Mkwenyana and the children coming? And I will always have a simple word. I have no ambition in my 20s to marry anyone's son. I'm more than happy to fail in that department until I can harness myself to be the best version of myself so that I can be a best version as a mom, as a business person, as a wife, as a daughter-in-law, and all of the above. So for me, I think the most important first step is all of us reconciling our standards and knowing that failure is so okay. It is part of the process. Then once you understand that, nothing is going to get in your way. Out of the business that, the mining business that we run, we have successfully grown 750 jobs.
We lost one business during COVID. We had to liquidate a mine, and the mine employs 250 people. That was the most difficult time. And what was difficult is not the fact that we've lost the business, is to reconcile with my mind that I have failed. And when that time comes, you fail. I couldn't comprehend that the failure was mainly due to macro conditions, external factors. But I gave myself such a tough time. Knowing what I know now, failure is excellent. Fail, 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 and fail some more, ladies.
Thank you. Can I give my last panelist round robin and then we're done? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, thank you. So Nkateko, you mentioned a family office and building legacy. What does rewriting legacy for women in this room, African women, South African women look like in your perspective?
So I think for me, legacy is about sharing knowledge, sharing what you know. By sharing what you know doesn't mean you're going to know less. So for me, it's about taking somebody with you and building the trust in the people that you work with. Give the person the responsibility, let them fail in front of you, and then come back and say, why did I fail? What is it that you did wrong? What is it that you did right? So it's about building consistency, building trust, and making sure that you share the knowledge. And share it by doing, and just share it by letting people be themselves, and people run with a process as opposed to looking over their shoulder. It's uncomfortable. Let the person be uncomfortable in doing the job, and once they fail or they are successful, they can teach the next person. So for us, I said we run 8 branches. We can't run 8 branches when we're a family of 4. What are we doing to create and recreate and duplicate those businesses? So we've got GMs in each of those businesses. We circulate them around. They learn. They learn from each other. Every week we have a 4-hour meeting in the morning on a Tuesday, sharing what is it that you did. We understand that you're doing well in this part. Please share with the team what you've done well. Please share the information. Please share your strategy of how you did things. And then we make sure that we replicate that, and we're consistent in that, and we're building. We're partnering. So we're making sure that a family of 4 doesn't have to just be them. It must be us and the community around us.
Thank you, ladies. And last one, right? Because power, without access, you don't have power and legacy. So from your perspective, Devashka, especially with the work that you do with the youth in STEM, what does rewriting access look like for you in the sector that you're in? What learnings can mining, construction, et cetera, learn from what you're doing in the space?
Okay, so I'm going to throw it back at you, and I'm going to say to you, if the power continues to sit in the same position, how do we expect different outcomes? I would want somebody that works for me in this space next year, delivering a similar setup. So I operate in the pretense that whatever I do, how many people do I empower to make decisions, so that I don't leave knowing that I was in power, I was the CEO or the MD for so many years. I want somebody else to come in and replicate that or do better. So that's what I'm going to leave you with on that one.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for my esteemed panel. And just to wrap up from my perspective, thank you, ladies, for the time this afternoon, taking time out of your businesses to share with the audiences and the students in the room. Thank you very much to Unisa for honoring us with a double portion. Initially, when we reached out to Unisa, we had only asked for the 28th, and we received a double portion. But I think the work that you do and the work that I believe we'll jointly do will really set a different tone and sense for our country. From my perspective, as the president of the Business Women's Association, I have hope and faith and the energy to ensure that when God remembers us, at least 5 people's lives have made a difference. I think sometimes we approach these things as we need to do this grand, big thing that will be a magic wand. But based on what Nkateko is saying, one conversation with one person makes a huge difference and changes that person's trajectory and their thinking and what they are willing to do with their lives. So in rewriting the construct of where women's leadership is in South Africa, where women's leadership is in the continent, no one can rewrite that script except for us. No one can tell us, Prof. Hlabangane mentioned it this morning, we can rewrite the script. We can start a new chapter. And I think that's what I would like to leave you with this afternoon, is that it's a blank page. Next year we'll be back for the second one because this was the inaugural one. Let's come back with the results from this blank page to say this is what we did, this is how far we've gone, these are the gaps that still need to be closed, and who else can we bring into this conversation to make sure that we see progressive change. And I thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow. And before you leave and run off, Prof. Lidimo, can you please join me on stage quickly? We would just like to show you a token of our appreciation, please, for joining us for today and tomorrow. How powerful was that? Thank you. So we have been given an assignment, ladies and gentlemen. Who are your 5 people that you are going to make change? So when we come back next year, you can raise your hand and say, I have influenced so and so. And remember what we said in the beginning, leadership is authentic, inclusive, and courageous and resilient. And ladies and gentlemen, here's a testament of those values. Give them a warm round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies. I have not forgotten about the spot prize. Thank you so much for staying behind. And I am going to ask a question. Dr. Makola, please keep an eye out for the first person who raises their hand. We've mentioned 3 values with regards to leadership since morning and just now. Who can tell me what are those values quickly? 1, 2, 3. There you go. What's the answer? Yes. Please stand and give us the answer.
Encouragement and authenticity, leading with authenticity, and inclusivity, authenticity. Yeah.
What is your answer, ma'am? They said the same thing. I'm going to give away my gift to either one. So, dear principals, please do share the gifts. They did mention it here, ladies, that women do share. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for really being with us and spending the time with us. We do not take these moments for granted, and we really did not just come here to just talk for the sake of talking. We will still have time to reflect on everything else that was shared, to say, am I authentic? Am I being inclusive in everything that I do? And that's one thing that for me is a key takeaway to say, in your space, how inclusive are you? The issue of justice. Am I being just in everything that I do? So we hope that when we come back next year, we will have results, we will have good report back with regards to what happened today. I would like to please at this stage call Prof. Lidimo to just close for us as we wrap up the day. And colleagues, thank you so much. We do not simply just inherit systems, we transform them. Prof. Lidimo.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nduna. As you said, close, I went like, close, we are starting, we are beginning the session. Good afternoon, colleagues, again. I'm here just to appreciate the good work that happened today. And indeed, as a college, we are very grateful. And I want to appreciate the panelists, the first session panelist. Prof. Tlhabangani, I know she has excused herself. Dr. Van Stander, Dr. Tabane, thank you so much, for sharing those words of knowledge and encouraging, women who are here today in terms of how to become an authentic and inclusive leader. And I would also like to appreciate our second panelist members. Ma'am Mandisa, thank you so much, ma'am. Ms. Nkateko, we are really grateful. Dr. Khoradira, thank you. And Ms. Maharaj, we are really grateful that you shared your personal experiences, what you enjoyed as a leader, young, starting in your various spaces. And those learning experiences to someone is a toolkit, of techniques and tactics that we will use in our role as we endeavor to reach our goals as leaders. To our Honorable Professor Chris Mulauzi, thank you so much, Chair. We are really grateful for showing such leadership in the college that at all times, Prof, we can count on you. Thank you so much. Prof Muraka, well done for organizing this very important function, and your drive and passion for women is evident. Thank you so much, Prof. We are really grateful. And I would also like to appreciate Dr. Mako, thank you for setting the scene so clearly that we understood what was the purpose of today's session, seminar. Thank you and well done for the good work that you're doing. And the organizing team members, I know they are exhausted. I'm sure wherever they are, they've taken off their shoes because they've been walking up and down the stairs, carrying boxes and doing other things. Thank you so much. Your hard work is not in vain. We can see it and it's highly appreciated. Dr. Nduna, thank you for leading the second segment of the program so well and being a very good steward of time. We can recommend you next time. I would also like to appreciate, I know Ms. Kifilo Mrubani, she has left from Giving Wings. We thank her for really for the sterling job that she did in facilitating the first session of the program. So we really appreciate her and we will definitely send her a thank you note. To you colleagues who are here today and for those who have joined us online, I realize that a number of colleagues have joined online. I've seen people greeting us via Teams saying, hey, I'm here, I see you. So thank you for joining us, and we believe that the information that we've gathered, the knowledge, the shared experiences, the best practices that we've learned, we will implement them. And we are looking forward to tomorrow, where we will be having paper presentations of the research work done around women in leadership. And I am also looking forward to get an indication of what is happening in that space. Thank you so much and travel safely. Looking forward to see you tomorrow. Best wishes. Thank you.